And hello, everyone, and welcome to Uncivil Law, where, as always, we learn through the misfortunes of others. I am your host, Uncivil Law, and we are here with our continuing coverage of the Alex Murdaugh trial in South Carolina and our continuing watch of Seal, Clock, and Chandelier as well. We have heard some additional officers from SLED this morning, and then we heard from a guy from Verizon who talked forever, and then we heard from some people from the Secret Service who talked a little bit about accessing the phone stuff. That was fun. And also we learned about further weaknesses in the investigation. For example, we didn't bother to check the shooting range dirt to see if there were spent rounds there. They have a berm. They've got a hill. They've got a dirt hill that you shoot into, as one does. And they didn't bother to check it for spent rounds to see if those rounds might match the murder rounds because, I don't know, they didn't feel the need to. Also, the investigator who heard Alex Murdaugh, at least according to him, heard Alex Murdaugh say, Alex Murdaugh said to me, I totes did it. It was me. I did the thing. Said that was important information that he would follow up on and then just didn't. He didn't bother asking about it like ever again. So there was that. So all those things. So things are going on not great here. I continue to think that the prosecution team themselves are doing reasonably fine. I think the problem is the underlying case. That's where I assess the responsibility in this. I just think there are underlying problems in the investigation. Now, why those underlying problems occurred is anyone's guess. SLED. But, it could be any number of reasons. But the prosecution is unfortunately bound by the facts of the case. And the facts of the case leave a little bit to be desired. And there are problems. And yeah. So I think the prosecution is doing okay, although I could have done without Verizon guy in so much detail, really. Could we stipulate to that or something? I don't know. But we had that. Also, I'm a little bit unclear the degree to which the ammo that was recovered at the house is the same ammo that was used at the scene of the murder because they didn't ask those connecting questions. Some of the terms sounded familiar, but they didn't ask the connecting questions one for one. So I don't know what that's all about. Are they merely like similar in some ways or are they the same? I don't know because I was a little bit vague on that. But yeah. And Secret Service also taught us a lot about security of iPhones and the importance of having longer numbers and not using birth dates and stuff. So we learned that from Secret Service guy. That was exciting. So that's sort of where we're sitting right now. A cell phone guy will be valuable, I suppose, at some point to further confirm or at least get us further information as to time of death and the sequence of events, but it was a little bit difficult to follow. So that's sort of where we're sitting. We need a pinned link for sharing. No problem. No problem. Great. So if you could retweet that would be very, very helpful for those of you who have the Twitters. For those of you who have the Twitters, if you could retweet the link for this afternoon's stream, it will help a lot. It helps a lot. And you can also enjoy what I thought turned out to be a very nice thumbnail in particular, with the moon below the arch of the garden with the trees hanging down. I thought was a particularly nice thumbnail. If chandeliers is antique, does it make it a cougar? We haven't gotten into the autopsy yet. We haven't gotten to that information yet, so I don't know anything about it yet. And I could go ahead and schedule tomorrow mornings as well, because I have tomorrow's afternoons. I don't think the cops framed him. I don't think that's what's going on. Tomorrow's thumbnails are themes on the College of Charleston, is what I have for tomorrow's thumbnail. And then I need to come up with new thumbnails. So if you like, you can also help me generate some thumbnail ideas. Let's see. Go to Midjourney. Okay. I create a new thing. So for those of you who are familiar with Midjourney and members of my Discord, I've just created a new channel for South Carolina related thumbnails under Midjourney, and I need some more variations of South Carolina themed stuff, themes that would invoke South Carolina. I think we've done well so far, but who's the next witness? I have no idea. They haven't called them yet. Did we ever get chicken lawyer? We haven't done that because I don't. It's an inside joke, right? I just don't think it's really good for a thumbnail, right? We want thumbnails that aren't going to be appreciated. So I've been doing various things that are themed based on South Carolina, on various scenes that are from South Carolina to try to connect it all together. I haven't done the South Carolina courthouse yet. No. If you can try that. That might be fun. I think the chicken is too inside baseball for what I'm trying to accomplish. You heard I, not they, says Amanda. Yeah, so it's interesting how different people hear different things. The guns in Charleston Harbor, that could be a cool image. So yeah, that's where we're sort of sitting, and we're just waiting for more testimony. And I didn't sleep particularly well last night, and I think it's showing. And I apologize if my energy levels are a little down this afternoon, but I didn't sleep well last night. And because this is unfortunately a solo thing, apparently, sunflowers is a good idea. We could do some sunflower ones. Sunflowers with dove is actually a good idea. I'll generate some themes along that one. So if sunflowers and let's say sunflowers with doves. Let's see what we can get. So hopefully I'll sleep better tonight. Yeah. Are we getting chicken? I think it's too inside baseball. I just don't think it has the broad appeal that I'm looking for. I don't want to use actual photographs. I want to use AI generated art. But I appreciate the offer. How come the stream doesn't show this live symbol in my subscribe channels? I have no idea. I couldn't speak to that. Okay, that's not bad. I'm too hard on myself? Maybe. Have you seen the controversy around AI? Yes, I have, and I've discussed it a little bit too. I haven't covered the lawsuit, one of the lawsuits that was filed, covered the preliminaries. It's an interesting legal issue to be sure. Where the hell's my court feed thing? What did I dump this thing? Hold on. There we go.
Informed by the Attorney General has been very accommodating. We get telling him who he's going to call this afternoon or this morning. One of the witnesses would be Brett Dove, and Brett Dove, I think they'll agree, is the person that did retrieve the extract from, you heard the Secret Service agent this morning, and did some analysis on it. I'd like to show the court. Is this working? Can I have the Elmo on? State's Exhibit number 299. Where can I see that?
Just to let you know, my thumbnail for today's says January 30th.
I'm going to have you push it up in just a minute. You don't need to.
Did I make a mistake in the thumbnail somewhere?
Receipt of property for Paul Murdaugh's phone, and if you'll slide the thing down a little bit, no, the other way. You'll see that Bobby, what's his last name, Bancroft?
I know it's the 31st.
Received it from David Owens, who gave it to Bobby Bancroft, who then gave it to who? R. Kelly.
Looks right.
Right. And then Paul McGonigal, we heard from this morning, gave it to, he was at the Charleston Sheriff's Office, gave it to.
Someone tweeted me saying, just want to let you know your thumbnail for today's stream says January 30th on YouTube. Looks right to me.
Looks like Brian Heddick, who gave it to, well, it got to Brian Heddick at Computer Crimes, I guess by Ryan Kelly. The point I'm trying to make...
someone just put the Discord in the stream for AM says the 30th and not 31st from Tele. Yeah, I fixed that.
There are a number of people in the chain of custody...
I fixed that one, but thank you.
...who haven't testified yet. As a result, if Mr. Dove is allowed to testify about the contents of the phone, which he received from Secret Service, we believe that breaks, that would not complete the chain of custody. All we're saying is call these other people, and I mean, they're not going to be long witnesses, to complete the chain, to authenticate that what exactly came out of that phone was the phone that was found at the scene on Paul Murdaugh's body. I don't know if this is complicated or not, but it seems to me that they ought to have to do that.
Mr. Waters.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just very quickly, as we look at the chain on and I'll take those, thank you, on Paul's phone, and again, Mr. Conrad is going to call Lieutenant Dove here in a bit. We've had testimony from Jason Chapman about David Owen securing that phone. We've had introduction into evidence, Your Honor, without objection of both of these chain sheets. There was no qualification or objection to the information on these chain sheets, no hearsay objection or anything like that on both of these, which carried the chain all the way through. And then, of course, but we have testimony about the collection of that phone. We have testimony from multiple witnesses about the manner in which agents secure phones and the rest of that. And then we have testimony about that phone going essentially through a couple of couriers to Paul Murdaugh, who just testified as to his involvement with that phone, as well as to his delivery of that back to Lieutenant Dove. And then you've had testimony from Agent Van Houten, who received that phone and analyzed it and then delivered that back to Lieutenant Dove. And Lieutenant Dove is going to be here to complete that chain. So if you look at the case law, and we do have some cases prepared if you need them. Where's the copies of those, please, Your Honor? This is not fungible evidence, and the case law is very clear, Your Honor, that chain, you don't have to call every single person that touched the evidence throughout the way, that it only needs to be established as much as is practicable, and I think we've done that in great detail. That's
a critical question. Is it fungible or non-fungible? Is a cell phone fungible or non-fungible?
If you look at the exterior, it's fungible. You can't tell one iPhone 11 from any other one until you open it, okay? But is the phone that was found at Paul, is that the same phone? And that's why you have the chain. It was cracked open and they got the material from, they want Dove to analyze. It is, this is an iPhone 11, Your Honor. It's not Paul's.
And Your Honor, again,
fungible or non-fungible?
I'd say that it's not fungible, Your Honor. And again, I think we've had, it's clearly not fungible, and there's been
clearly not fungible. And you say clearly, what do you mean?
Well,
generally when things are clear, then we don't have a debate.
Fair enough. That's kind of funny. I strenuously object, Your Honor. I apologize. But anyway, Your Honor, when you look at something like cell phone evidence and you look at the class of types of evidence that are clearly fungible, those two are I think, different in the manner in which they exist and the manner in which they are. And I'm not aware of any case that's ever held a cell phone as to be fungible. It is a physical item. Additionally, this particular one, I'm sorry, John, what does that say? And additionally, this particular cell phone has a serial number and an IMEI.
Fungible means exchangeable. Fungible means that they're the same.
The cell phones are not fungible. They are specific. They have specific identifying information like that. And so again, I think that given the weight of that and the weight of what we have established, fungible
is like a dollar bill. No. Any dollar bill is exactly the same. They're exchangeable for each other. There's no difference between them. That's fungible.
Your Honor, I note on this chain of custody, there's no serial number, there's no IME number, there's nothing on these documents. If you're happy, it's State's Exhibit 298 and 299. There's nothing on these indications. It says matter of fact, the description is Paul's cell phone. There's no identifying data on this whatsoever. And by the way, I think we've been sort of lax. We should have asked all these witnesses how they know it was this cell phone. They never testified to serial numbers. That's water over the dam, under the bridge. But perhaps I should have asked that.
Well, and again, Your Honor, these came in without objection associated with testimony about that specific phone that people like McManigal and Agent Van Houten have specifically identified as associated with these chain sheets and with that specific phone. So again, I think that's a specific identification, and they are not fungible in that regard.
Again, cases that you said you have,
Your Honor, and I've got a copy right here. This isn't specifically, may I hand it up to you, Your Honor? Yes.
Tell me about the case.
State v.
Pulley, yes, sir.
All right. And again, this is just a general, this isn't related to cell phones in specific, but it does talk about, establishing the chain of custody as far as practicable. And again, it talks about where the evidence establishes the identity of those who have handled the evidence and reasonably demonstrates the manner of handling of the evidence, which we've had testimony as to both of those. Our courts have been willing to fill in gaps in the chain of custody due to an absent witness. Proof of the chain of custody need not negate all possibility of tampering so long as the chain of possession is complete. It goes on, Your Honor, and that, I apologize, that was from Head Notes 4, 5, and 6. It goes on to talk about a perfect chain of custody is not required. I think the evidence here on the whole has been more than sufficient to establish the chain. And additionally, even beyond that, I think that none of that precludes Lieutenant Dove to testifying about, given the foundation that's been laid, to testifying about the contents of that extraction pending any additional witnesses that will come in. I don't think that's precluded at this time either. He can still go forward and testify as to the extent of his testimony about that extraction, and certainly understanding that any additional witnesses are still forthcoming. So I don't think that precludes him from testifying as to the contents of that extraction.
Your Honor, with all due respect to the Attorney General, the footnote says when establishing headnote 4, when establishing chain of custody of fungible, bolded evidence where multiple people have handled or analyzed the substance, the identity of the individuals who acquired the evidence and what was done with the evidence between the taking and the analysis must not be left to conjecture. And there's nothing in any document we've heard or any witness that is specifically identified that I got cell phone M4381 and gave it to somebody else who said I got that same cell phone because it had the same serial number. If that's not conjecture, I don't know what is. And again, what's
He's got a point
here? He's got 3 people he needs to call. Unless there's a problem with one of them, that signed this document that didn't have it. And I think that this is an important piece of evidence. And we ought to just require what's required by this case and every other case where there's a fungible item.
And Your Honor, again, going back to head notes 4 and 5, testimony from each custodian of fungible evidence, however, is not a prerequisite to establishing a chain of custody. Again, we've had testimony about collection, we've had testimony about the manner of collection, and we've had testimony from those who actually analyzed it in the interim to get to Lieutenant Dove, who will then complete that analysis. So we've got testimony about collection, we've got chain sheets supporting that, and then we'll have every person who actually analyzed it. And I think that's more than sufficient chain to establish its admissibility at this time.
Anything further? Last word.
Nothing from the State, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense.
To the extent that this is a motion to exclude this testimony, the motion is denied. I do not believe that the portion of this case that State v. Pulley that says the identity of individuals who acquired the evidence and what was done with the evidence between the taking and the analysis must not be left to conjecture. I believe that a cell phone is not a fungible item, but it is complicated to the degree that there was analysis done with the cell phone, but the testimony, particularly the testimony of Van Houten, sufficiently establishes that this phone was not tampered with, could not be tampered with, and I believe that the State has sufficiently established a chain. Cases have held that a perfect chain is not necessary, and I believe the State has sufficiently established the chain of custody to the degree necessary that the next witness can testify.
That sounds right.
So I deny the motion, and the objection is noted for the record.
Your Honor, make sure the record is complete. With all due respect, we accept her from your rule.
I said it's noted for the record, yes.
Yeah, just sit down. Sit down. Stop talking. Just sit down. You're good.
Bring
Thanks.
the jury.
Yeah, sounds right.
Your Honor, to be clear, we do have one interim witness before that witness will testify.
So basically, the idea is if I understand their recitation of the case law that they're working from correctly, if I understand what they're talking about, if you're dealing with a non-fungible item, which is an item that can be uniquely identified, then you don't necessarily need the same change of custody that you do for a fungible item. Because if it's fungible, then how would you know that it's the same item unless you track it every step of the way? If it's non-fungible, you can determine it's the same item because there's ways to identify the item. It's like based on, for example, the serial number of the thing or whatever. So, you know, the ruling basically seems to be predicated. The ruling seems to be predicated on the idea that the cell phone is identifiable, despite whatever problems there might have occurred, and the testimony is sufficient to establish that it was not tampered with.
Thank you.
In the
Next
process.
witness.
So,
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call John Bedingfield.
sounds about right. Sounds about right, given the head notes that they were reciting from.
Raise your right hand, left hand on
I don't know who he is. He's just a guy.
You affirm the testimony you're about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Take a seat and you can stand. State your name again, Caboose. For the records, spell your last name, please.
John Bedingfield, Bedingfield.
Mr. Bedingfield, how you doing today?
Doing good.
All right. Tell us where you live.
Barnwell.
All right. Tell us a little bit about yourself. You grow up there, or
Grew up there, born and raised in Barnwell. Worked there my entire career, 28 years with the Department of Natural Resources.
okay?
Still live in Barnwell.
Where do you work now?
I'm the Region 3 captain, which is the Midlands region, Lake Murray, Lake Marion.
Okay. And is that a law enforcement position?
Yes, sir, it is.
Are you a Class 1 officer?
I am.
And you said you've been with DNR how long?
28 years.
Has that been the extent of your law enforcement career?
Yes, sir.
Are you still employed there?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any other businesses or any other economic stuff you're associated with?
I do. Back in 2016, I got a federal firearms license to sell and manufacture firearms.
All right. And tell me how you got into that. What led you to develop that? Is that like a side business?
Side business is just a passion I had of working on guns and building guns. Decided to turn it into business.
All right. And you mentioned federal firearms license. Is that what people know as an FFL?
Yes, sir.
All right. Just tell me very quickly what it takes. What does it mean to have an FFL?
It means you can transfer firearms to individuals. You do a background check upon that sale or transfer.
Okay. If you're engaged in sort of the commercial sale of firearms or as a business, do you need an FFL to do that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that's different from private sales back and forth. Is that
Correct.
correct? Okay. And with an FFL, does it come with an obligation to keep certain paperwork with regard to the firearms that you're involved in selling?
Yes, sir, it does.
And explain to me some of the paperwork that you have to get and some of the paperwork you have to keep when you're selling firearms with an FFL.
When a firearm comes in to me, it gets logged into a log. Upon its sale or transfer out, it gets logged out with the 4473 background check.
All right. And tell me what the 4473 is, please.
It's person's personal information, gun information. It gets called into the ATF, and it gets approved or disapproved for transfer to that individual.
Is that like a federal form?
Is there instant background check? Yes, sir.
Like every federal form's got a number on it?
Yeah.
And that's what's the number?
4473.
4473? Is that the one where you have to check the form saying I'm not a drug user and I'm not a part of a terrorist organization and all
Yes,
that
sir.
stuff? All right. But you have to ensure that those are filled out with people that you
Yes, sir.
sell firearms to. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What type of firearms are you selling? I mean, are you manufacturing from scratch, or how do you do that?
Early on, I did. Wasn't lucrative enough, so I was just buying and selling.
Right.
So I would buy a gun, configure it, or buy parts, configure it as an individual wanted, and provide it to them.
Okay. And so where would you buy parts from? What's a big source of parts?
I've had numerous, but primarily Palmetto State Armory for AR-15 parts, but I've used 20 or 30 other vendors throughout the course of me having the license.
When people think about an AR-15 style weapon, can that just fire like one caliber of bullet, or can multiple calibers of bullets be configured with an AR-15 style weapon?
As long as they're compatible with the magazine system and the bolt carrier, many different calibers can be configured.
Like what? What's the most common AR-15 calibers?
223, 5.56, which are more or less interchangeable. 300 blackout, 6.5 Grendel.
Okay. All right, and the most common one you said was 223 and 556?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then 300 blackout is one you mentioned?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let me ask you this. Are you at all related to the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
I am.
All right. And what's the relation?
Our grandmothers were sisters. We're grown up with the Murdaughs as cousins.
All right. So you've known him your entire life for a
Yes,
long
sir.
time? Okay. At any point in time, did the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, approach you about perhaps assembling or making some firearms for him?
He did.
All right. And do you remember roughly when that was?
Would have been around Christmas.
Okay. And what was your conversation with the defendant over there about what he wanted you to put together?
He was looking for a couple of guns for the boys to hunt pigs with.
Okay. And did y'all have a discussion about what type of gun, what caliber, and that sort of thing?
We did. I kind of steered him towards the 300 blackout just because of its effectiveness on hogs versus a 223 or 556.
All right. And just very quickly, between a blackout and a 223 or 556, why did you suggest a blackout as a more effective round than those?
Larger caliber, larger diameter bullet, a little more knockdown power for pigs. A 223 at that time, there weren't many larger or heavier grain bullets that were effective.
So you suggested the
To
blackout?
Kirk the goat.
Did
Come
he
on,
agree to
y'all,
that?
let's get him more subs.
And again,
He's
he
doing a
wanted these for
freaking
the boys
good
to hunt
job.
Thank you.
pigs.
Appreciate that.
Or hogs. All right. Was there a particular holiday coming up that he wanted them for?
Would have been Christmas of that 16 Christmas.
2016? Okay. Did you ultimately assemble some firearms for him?
I did.
All right. And describe those firearms for us, how they were configured, what was on them. Give us some detail about them, please.
Initial conversation and part of why the 300 blackout was chosen was its ability to shoot subsonic ammo, and we had talked about possibly some suppressors for the same guns.
Let me slow you down real quick. Tell the jury what a suppressor is.
A silencer or a sound suppression device for a firearm.
So a subsonic round, you have to have a subsonic round for the suppressor to work. Is that correct?
It makes it most efficient.
Okay. All right. Keep going if you would, please.
That was kind of where I steered that way, but it was a pair of Palmetto State Armory lowers that I built some 300 blackout uppers for, and one was configured in all black as he requested, and the other was Cerakoted, which is a paint finish, a ceramic paint finish, in a tan.
Okay. And when you say Cerakote, is that a service or that you're providing?
It does. It is.
All right.
Yes.
And just very quickly, tell the jury what you mean by that. What is
It's,
Cerakoting?
it's a refinishing. It's a paint job on a firearm. A lot of items can be Cerakoted, plastic, wood, whatever. But you blast the finish, original finish, degrease it, put a 2-part finish on, and bake it on. It's a coloring.
So the black one you don't have to treat.
So I'm sorry.
The black one you didn't have to treat.
Correct.
But the tan one you had to Cerakote.
Yes, sir.
Did the defendant request any sort of optics or scope on these guns?
Did we put a pair of ATN thermal scopes on the rifles?
And what specifically, why are the thermal scopes good for hunting hogs, or why were they put on there?
Hog hunting in South Carolina is legal to hunt at night with the proper permitting, and it allows you to night hunt the pigs.
Oh, Lord. Do I want to do this right now? You guys.
All right, Mr. Bedingfield, I'm going to show you what's been marked as...
Excuse me. I'll be back.
302
Talk amongst
for
yourselves. Try to behave.
time, and see if you recognize that image right there.
I do.
All right, and tell me what that is.
Those are the two 300 blackout rifles I sold Alex.
All right, those are the exact two in Christmas, is that correct?
Yes.
Christmas of
Those would be
2016?
the original two, yes, sir.
Okay, and, all right, let me, Your Honor, this time I would move stakes 302 in the evidence, please.
Did it?
Let me put this on the Elmo real quick. All right, can you see that on your screen there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and just real quick, if we look down at the end of the barrel on these, what are those things right there?
Those would be the suppressors.
All right, and tell me about this image. How do you recognize this image? What was going on when this image was taken?
That was the day I took the guns to Alec. I showed him, that's how I presented them to him. Again, the suppressors are still in my possession. We never did the paperwork on the suppressors.
And let's unpack that a little bit. Where did you take those guns to him? Do you recall?
His office.
All right. And they're in some sort of case. Do you recall that case?
Yes, sir. That's my hard case.
All right. So you brought him in that case?
Yes, sir.
Did you leave the case with him, or did you take that back with you?
I have the case.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that we see the suppressors are on there. Did you ever deliver those suppressors to Alex Murdaugh?
I did not.
All right. Now, explain that to the jury. Why were you unable to do that?
To possess an NFA item, a National Firearms Act restricted item, where the federal government restricted the possession of short-barreled rifles, machine guns, suppressors, and short-barrel shotguns, you have to apply for a tax stamp through the federal government. It's a background check system that allows for the possession once you pass the background check.
Okay. And had Alec completed that additional paperwork?
No, we never completed it.
Is that for the suppressor? Is that additional paperwork in addition to what it takes to normally get the rifle?
Yes.
Okay. What was y'all's discussion, if any, about that paperwork and completing it and all the rest of it?
We had some random discussions. I'd egg him from time to time. Hey, man, let's get the paperwork going. And he was going to put them in a trust, which is an entity which would own the items. And we never got it all put together.
Because of the special legality about suppressors, is it common for people to set up a trust, a legal trust that actually owns those suppressors?
Yes, it is.
And that was the paperwork that needed to be completed?
That and the application side of it, but that was the biggest portion.
He was like, I'm going to get back to you, I'll do it, and just never did. Did he pay for those suppressors?
He did.
All right. He just never received them?
Correct.
Where are those suppressors to this day?
They're in my inventory at my business.
At some point in time, did you ever have another conversation with Alec about making another blackout?
I did.
And when roughly was that? Do you recall?
It would have been around April of 2018.
April of 2018. All right. And what did Alec tell you? What was your conversation with him about making a third blackout?
That Paul had lost or misplaced his rifle and he wanted to replace it.
Okay. And did you ultimately make him a third blackout?
I did.
Did this particular rifle, did you put any optic on it?
I did not.
All right. Did Alex say, don't put an optic on it because they already lost the other one?
Yes.
Those optics are fairly expensive?
It can be, yes, sir.
All right. And roughly how much were the thermal optics that we see on this particular picture that's on the screen, the exhibit I previously had admitted?
$1,500 to $1,800 each.
All right. So the third one did not have an optic on it?
Correct.
And did you ultimately provide that weapon?
I did.
All right. Well, tell me how you provided that. Did Alec pick it up or did somebody else pick it up?
He did not. When I let him know it was ready, he said he was unavailable and Maggie would come pick it up.
Okay. And is that what happened?
It is.
All right. And so tell me about that. Tell me about your interaction with Maggie when she picked that weapon up.
She came to town. We met, did some paperwork, and she handed me a check and drove back to Hampton.
And you gave the weapon, the
Yes,
third
sir.
weapon?
Yep. She would have completed the 4473 with me.
All right. So you made 3 blackouts, excluding the optic, roughly in the same configuration. Maggie picked up that third one, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let me show you some exhibits real quick. Show them the counsel. All right, let me show you what's been marked, previously marked for identification as States 247, and I'm going to have you flip through those and just first tell me, generally, if you recognize the documents in States 247.
I do.
All right, tell me what those are.
The first would be the original check from Alec for the first 2 firearms, cancel check to me. Second would have been the third from Maggie, cancel check to me. The third and fourth page would be the firearm log.
We'll talk more about that in a minute, but that's part of your firearm log, is that
Yes,
correct?
yes, sir.
All right, and then I'm going to show you what's been marked as, hold on, I'm going to staple this. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 245 and see if you recognize this document.
I do.
All right, and tell me what that is.
It is the original 4473 from the first two firearms to Alec.
All right, let me see this back real quick. Your Honor, this time we would move States 245 and 247 into evidence.
Admitted.
All right. We'll put these up on the screen. All right, this is States Exhibit 247, and we're looking now at the first page. Describe to the jury what that is, please.
That is the canceled check from Alec for the original two firearms.
For the original two?
Yes, sir.
And what's the price on that, please? I can bring it to you if you can.
I got it. $9,188.
All right, and what's the date on that, please?
I'm sorry?
What's the date on that?
12/23/16.
All right. And is this a record that you kept in accordance with your FFL obligations?
The check, no, sir. We retrieved that from my bank.
Gotcha. All right. Go to the second page of this exhibit. You recognize that. Tell me what that is, please.
That is the check for the third replacement 300 blackout to Maggie Murdaugh. That's the check she wrote to me.
All right, and what's the amount on that one?
$875.
All right, so the first one for two of them was $9,188, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the second one is only $875, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And is the difference between those that the second one didn't have the optic and didn't have the suppressor? Is that part of the difference?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Before we get to the rest of that exhibit, let me go to 245, and I'm going to show you this. This is what now?
That is the 4473 for the first two 300 blackouts.
All right. And if we see down here in little letters it says Form 4473, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And these are all the questions that you have to answer to buy a firearm?
Correct.
Okay. And whose name do we have on this?
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
And then right here, what are these two things right there?
That would be the serial numbers from each of the firearms.
All right. And let me ask you this real quick. With an AR-style platform, is every part of it serialized, have a serial number, or if not, what parts are?
Only the lower receiver is serialized.
All right. And when you talk about the lower receiver, let me take this back up. Point to me what we're talking about on this picture.
This portion of the firearm.
Okay. And I'm going to put it back on the screen. I'm going to point to what you just did and tell me we got it right, okay? All right, so this portion right here is the lower receiver,
Yes, sir.
and that's the serialized portion, correct?
Correct.
All right. And finally down here, what do we have right there?
The date,
All right, and what's the date on that?
January 10th, 2017.
After these murders happened, did you ever get a call from SLED agent Jeff Croft?
I did.
Is that somebody you knew prior to this?
Yes.
Known him from growing up in Barnwell or living in Barnwell?
Through my law enforcement career, him at the county and our kids were in school together.
Did you have a conversation with Jeff Croft?
Yes,
Did Jeff Croft ask you to provide him anything?
he did.
And what did he ask you to provide him?
The paperwork you've just submitted, the 4473 and the canceled checks.
When you initially responded, did you send him the paperwork for all three blackouts that you made for the defendant? Or
Not initially, I don't think so. I don't recall exactly.
Just the first
Just
two?
the first two, yes, sir.
All right. And did you have a subsequent conversation with him some point later in time?
Yes.
And what was the nature of that conversation?
There was a third, and through an audit, I was able to backtrack and provide what I did on the third.
All right. So there was an inquiry made as to where there was a third one, and you said, yes, there was a third one.
Correct.
Do you have all your paperwork for that third one?
No, sir. The 4473 is unaccounted for.
All right. So you went back looking and you couldn't find it?
Correct.
All right. Did you make any efforts, though, to determine which one that gun must have been?
Well, based on the canceled check, the date of it, and the only missing exit from my log, it would have been 111, I believe. Is that?
All right, I'm going to take you back, Exhibit 247, and have you look at the last 2 pages of that exhibit and explain to me what you're talking about.
So each firearm that comes in is numbered and described. It's a receipt and disposition form.
Then what was different about 111?
It was blank.
Okay. So did you do some process of elimination here?
I did.
You looked at the date of that check in April of 2018 for the third blackout
Correct, yes, sir.
and looked in your log, and this was the one that didn't have any other information in it.
Only one of many years that it could have even been.
I'm going to put this up on the screen. And is this 111 right there that you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then we go over to the second page, and if they were laying next to each other, it's like a logbook.
Correct.
And if these pages were laying next to each other, this was the blank one, correct?
Yes, sir.
After you received that second communication with Jeff Croft, did you provide him that log paperwork that we just looked at?
Yes, sir.
Have you amended your federal firearms license forms to reflect that now?
Yes. Yes. It was just a missing form. I reflected it that it was sold to Maggie Murdaugh on 4/14/2018.
All right. How many blackouts, AR-style rifles, did you make for Alex Murdaugh?
3,
And when was that last one made?
2018.
April?
April 2018.
Hold on for me 1 second. All right. Thank you, Mr. Bedingfield. Answer any questions the defense may have, please.
Mr. Griffin.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bedingfield. My name is Jim Griffin. I represent Alex Murdaugh. Can I have Elmo back? Did I lose Elmo? No, I just need Elmo activated. No, I don't have Elmo. Did they turn Elmo on?
Still.
Elmo's still on. Thank you. It is. Mr. Bedingfield, these were the 2 300 blackouts that were sold to Alec for Christmas in 2016. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And one was black and one was tan, right?
Correct.
And and you know which gun went to which son?
I don't recall.
All right, and then you built a replacement 300 blackout sometime, I believe you said in 2018. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And was that a tan one or a black one? That
It would have been black.
excuse me.
It was black.
So
The second one was, the third one, I'm sorry, was black.
the third one was black.
Yes, sir.
So if the tan one was lost in this, then Mr. Murdaugh would have had, or his boys would have had 2 black 300 blackouts
Yes, sir, I assume so.
after 2018. Okay. Now, the original price was $9,188 for the 2 firearms that Buster and Paul got for Christmas in 2016, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that included the cost of the basic weapon, the AR, modified AR, the 300 blackout, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then it included the cost of the thermal night scope,
Yes, sir.
and you said that's about $1,500 each?
I'm guessing at that, but yes, sir.
Okay. And then so that's
The rifles were 3,000 apiece?
Ballparking.
Oh, the suppressor.
And then the suppressors. How much are the suppressors?
They typically, I don't remember on those, but they around 1,000 apiece.
Okay, that sounds a little bit more
So that's
reasonable.
another 2,000.
Finally
so,
catching a few minutes live. You're
But
doing great,
Mr. Murdaugh
Kurt.
never
The only
took
stream I've
possession of the
watched, even if it
suppressors
on replay.
because,
Oh, and you, this is my first
it
super
required
chat
some
ever.
trust or
Thank you,
some
Chase. Appreciate it.
More paperwork.
more paperwork. Okay. And but now the replacement that was purchased in 2018 was only $875. Did you build the replacement?
Yes, sir.
Did the price go down in 2018?
Well, the lack of accessories and the Cerakoting was included in that as well. Slings on this rifle, on the ones we're looking at here. Were
Yeah.
included
So
in
the
the
optics are $1,800. The suppressor's
So,
$1,000.
A stripped down model of
So,
was the replacement
that adds up a little bit.
2018 just stripped down model as basic as you could buy?
Pretty much, yes, sir. Similar configuration. As far as I remember, it was a free-floated 16-inch, 300 blackout.
And you assembled the ones in 2016 and the one in 2018, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And did you get the component parts from Palmetto State Armory?
I'm not sure exactly where they would have come from. The lower receiver would have been, yes, sir, but the upper components, I would source those out from different vendors. I'm not sure where they would have come from.
And when you,
$875
Let me ask
for
you
a
about
basic
the,
rifle is
I guess,
very
the ejector,
possible.
do you know what that is?
Ejector, yes, sir.
Although Palmetto State
yeah.
Armory, I'm surprised it wasn't
Upper
less than that, to be
portion, lower
honest.
Upper.
And
If you
and
got it
is
from PSA.
Housed in a, well, do you put the ejectors in separately, or does that come?
In a bulk carrier group. They would be already pre-assembled in a bulk carrier group.
Okay, and do you know where you bought the ejectors for the 2016?
No, sir.
Do you know where you bought the ejectors for the 2018?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you keep ejectors in stock?
I wouldn't, no, sir. That they would typically be already pre-assembled in the bulk carrier groups on AR-15 style guns.
Right, but do you buy in bulk the pre-assembled
No,
bulk
sir.
carrier?
As someone requests something, I'll source it out, see where I can find it, and build it. Order parts to put together.
Are 300 blackouts sold without having to have someone like yourself build it?
Yes.
Okay, and who carries 300 blackout if I wanted to leave here, go buy one this afternoon?
The most common in the state of South Carolina is Palmetto State Armory.
So they assemble
That's
them
where
and sell them?
I was a dealer for them, and I was buying parts for them on a lot of builds as well.
And how long have you been selling or building 300 blackouts?
So I've been in the business since 2016, so there's a lot of other guns I've built as well.
And this list that you had, I'm not going to go through it, but it is Exhibit 247. I'll just put it up on Elmo right quick.
He has no receipts or shipping notices. He might not. He might not keep
We
them.
don't need to publish.
It depends on how he does
anybody's name
business.
there, but, are all those 300 blackouts or just various?
Various.
He only needs to keep
45
records
caliber,
on
9
the
millimeter multi for the lower 410 shotguns.
on the lower.
43 rifles.
So the parts are unrestricted.
And you said these are used, and that you recommended that these 300 blackouts be used for hog hunting?
Yes, sir.
And is that, I mean, in this part of the state, are wild hogs kind of a nuisance to game management, property management?
A severe nuisance. Yes, sir.
And explain that, please, sir.
They do a tremendous amount of damage to property and crops in this part of the state.
How so?
They root, as pigs do. They root up crops and woodlands and yards. They're very destructive.
And is that a common problem throughout the Low Country?
Yes, sir.
And have you recommended to a number of the customers to 300 blackout to root out the nuisance
Yes, sir.
hogs?
I have.
Do you have any estimate how many 300 blackouts you've sold over the last 4 or 5 years?
No, sir. I wouldn't. I've a little over 600 firearm transfers. I wouldn't know.
Think it's more than 100?
I don't know. It's a lot, but I don't know how many.
All right. Okay. You mentioned that you and Alex Murdaugh, or Related? Is that
Yes,
right?
sir.
How are you related?
Our grandmothers were sisters.
Okay, and does that make, and your
I'll call us second cousins. We're cousins.
your fathers were first cousins, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you spend, over the years, you spend time with Alec and the boys?
I have. Not a lot with Alec, mostly with John Marvin.
And you go, have you been camping with Alec and the boys at, I think that big, Dad used to host a big camp every year?
I have.
And you been fishing with them?
Not much.
Been hunting with them?
No, sir, not Alec.
Okay,
I have with John.
right. You've known Alec for quite some time?
My entire life.
Are you, well, a gift of some $8,000 is a pretty nice gift for two boys, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever observe Alec around his sons? What kind of relationship they had?
I have.
And how would you describe their relationship?
It was always good. When he called me, he was excited about getting these for his boys.
And it was a big Christmas for them, I
Yes,
take
sir.
it.
Yeah. Hogs can be quite dangerous.
1 second.
Yeah, they can be quite dangerous. In many jurisdictions, they are
Less expensive to buy a
there are no
300 blackout directly
no
from
tag
Colorado
limits.
State Armory?
You can kill as
rather than
many as you
having
want.
Build one?
It can be, depending on configuration.
And all the,
Any accessories that get added. And
okay. All right, that's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Very quickly, Your Honor. You mentioned that one of the services that you provide is the Cerakoting on the tin one. Is that correct?
Yeah, vermin.
And
Exactly.
that's kind of a painting process, painting and then bake it. Is
That's
that
what is
correct?
vermin. You got it.
And if someone has a gun, and is it just tan you Cerakoted, or are there multiple colors you could potentially
multiple
Cerakote?
colors.
Multiple colors. So if you want to customize your firearm, you can take it to somebody and get them to Cerakote it.
Yes, sir.
And I can have a gun I've owned for 10 years, and I decide that I want to get it Cerakoted, and I can take it to somebody who can put it in the color that I desire.
Yes, sir.
It doesn't have to happen right at the beginning.
No.
All right, and
I really don't know 100% what this witness is here to do. To be honest,
Looking,
I mean, that he
right
bought
here
guns and they
on,
own guns. I mean,
page-
we know this, but okay.
the third page of State's Exhibit 247, we have right here multiple calibers of gauge. Is that correct? We have caliber of gauge listed. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And we have a number of different ones right here. That's 45.
Yes, sir.
Is that 45 ACP?
Colt 9. Yes, sir.
All right. 9, is that 9 millimeter?
Yes, sir.
All right. Then we have, what does that say right there?
Multi. Yes, sir.
And what does that mean?
The lower receivers are stamped multi-caliber when they're sold as bare receivers. The
410,
caliber.
that's a shotgun round?
Yes, sir.
All right. 243, that would be,
A 243 center fire rifle.
all right. 223 right there,
Yes, sir.
and the 9 millimeter right there.
Yes, sir.
All right. So you're in the business of assembling multiple different calibers. Is that correct?
Well, yes, but most of what is on this page are entire firearms that were shipped to me.
Gotcha. All right. Stand by for me 1 second.
The fact that he wants suppressors isn't that odd. I mean, you know. it's-
All right. Nothing further.
The fact he never did the paperwork is a little odd, but you know, yeah. So, okay.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, well, great. I'm not sure
Next
why I
witness.
care, but fine.
State calls Lieutenant Britt Dove for sled.
Britt Dove. Good name. Maybe he can tell us about the sunflowers.
Raise your right hand upon the Bible. You affirm the testimony about to give this court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God.
I do.
State your name again as you take the witness stand. Spell your last name for the record, please.
I'm not really sure where we're going with a lot of this testimony, to be honest.
Dove, D-O-V-E. I go by Britt. I'm known as David Britton Dove.
And Lieutenant Dove, where are you currently employed, sir?
For the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, known as SLED, in the Computer Crime Center.
And what's your rank?
I am a lieutenant in the unit.
So you're in a supervisory capacity?
Am I the only one that's a little bit creeped out by this guy?
Yes, sir, I am.
Is it just
How
me?
long have you worked at SLED? Law enforcement experience prior to working at SLED?
Yes, sir, I did. I began my law enforcement career in December of 1999 with the West Columbia Police Department. I served as a patrol officer and a school resource officer with them.
You served
I
as
also
a school resource officer?
With the Richland County Sheriff's Department
Did you touch
for several
children?
years as a resource officer.
Where did you touch
And then
the
I came
children?
back to West Columbia as an investigator, handling family violence, elder abuse, child abuse, sexual assault investigations before coming to SLED.
And since you've been in SLED, I believe did you just say it was 2008 when you started SLED?
Yes, sir.
What roles have you filled at SLED since 2008?
When I began at SLED, I began as the undercover chat specialist dealing with internet crimes against children and also doing digital forensics, whether it be computers, cell phones, tablets, at the time GPS systems. From there, I moved into the role of working with file-to-file trading of child pornography and dealt with that. And then from there, I moved into the role of doing general investigations while
So,
continuing to do digital forensics.
Let me get this
before I became
straight.
a
You've
supervisor.
done file to file
You're a supervisor of
transfer of
computer
CP.
crimes, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I am.
Just
Okay.
briefly, what?
And you were a
exactly
school
does
resource
computer crimes do at
officer.
SLED?
And you
Computer
worked in
crimes
chat
sluts,
rooms.
they do several things. One, when local
Okay.
agencies submit digital evidence to us, whether it be a laptop, a tower, tablet, DVR, cell phone, servers, we will go and try to extract the information to look for anything that's relevant to the investigation. We also do handle some investigations. We also do internet and other kind of investigations, along with doing intrusion investigations on servers and ransomware.
Okay. Now, you've talked a little bit about computer and phone forensics, and that's something you have experience in, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Give the jury a brief description, and we'll get into more details later as we go through some of the evidence, but what is computer forensics and what is phone forensics, and how are they different?
Computer forensics, when we receive a computer, whether it be a laptop or a tower, it's going to be treated the same way. We're going to attempt to remove the hard drive from it, connect the hard drive to a physical write blocker, which is a piece of hardware that we connect it to. We also use a software write blocker. That way we can extract the information and get a bit-by-bit forensic copy of all the addressable area on the drive. And then that way, that's what we work off of, is that copy, so that we can then do not disturb the original evidence when we're looking to see what's on there. Cell phone forensics are a little bit different. You can't remove necessarily, especially with the newer ones, you can't go and remove a hard drive from the cell phone. So many times what we have to do is connect the cell phone to hardware devices, whether it be Celebrite, Gray Key, Axiom, or one of the other ones out there. Once we connect it, then we will extract the information from that and then work off that information that's extracted from that in order to do the examinations.
All right. And have you had training over the years in computer and phone forensics?
Yes, sir, I have.
All right. Can you briefly describe to the jury some of the training you've had?
Yes, sir, if I may refer to my notes. I am currently a certified Celebrite operator. I'm a Celebrite certified physical analyst. I'm certified in advanced smartphone analyst with Celebrite. I'm certified with, used to be Black Bag, Mobilize operator. I'm certified as a blacklight examiner, and I've also received certification for Axon, investigative, certified operator, and examiner. I'm currently a member of the Secret Service Task Force. I'm also a member of the FBI Cyber Working Task Force, and also the FBI InfraGuard, along with the South Carolina Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. I've received training from Celebrite to receive these certifications and been tested on those. I've also received training with the National White Collar Crime Center for basic data recovery and acquisition, identifying and seizing electronic evidence, encryption, metadata, and EXIF tags. electronic law enforcement seminars, basic computer skills for law enforcement, network intrusion response program, introduction to cell phone investigations, virtual currency, blockchain tracing, and cryptocurrency anti-money laundering, and the future of preserving digital evidence. I've also attended the National Computer Forensic Institute with the Secret Service and received training in the basic computer evidence recovery, basic network investigative training, point of sale training, advanced forensics training, network intrusion response program, digital evidence investigations, Mac forensics training. I've also received training from Access Data, also known as FTK, and Internet Forensics. I've received training from Texas A&M, their School of Engineering Extension Services, through FEMA for forensic or digital forensics basics, network assurance, information security for everyone, cyber incident analyst and response. Also received training from HIDA courses at Atlanta, Carolinas, and social media resource investigations. Black Bag as technology, where I received training to become a certified mobilized operator. Also with basic technology for autopsy 8-hour online training, which is a forensic tool to use for computers. Intro to DFIR, the divide and conquer process. I've attended magnet forensics virtual summits for pattern of life analysis, timeline user generated activities. Virtual summit, taking a bite out of a Chromebook analyst. Virtual summit, taking the first steps into Windows and memory forensics. Virtual summit, the evolution of ransomware, attack, investigation, response, and prevention services. That's just to name a few. I have several more pages of them if you'd like me to read them.
I think that should be sufficient for now, anyway. Have you been qualified as an expert in court before?
Yes, sir, I have.
In what areas?
I've been qualified as a computer forensic expert and also as a cell phone forensic expert.
All right. Approximately how many times have you been qualified in court?
6 times total.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to introduce Lieutenant Dove as an expert in cell phone forensics.
Says the defense. No objection. He is so qualified as an expert in the field of cell phone forensics. You may proceed.
Thank you. All right, Lieutenant Dove, a few minutes ago you briefly kind of discussed the process of extracting data from cell phones.
Lieutenant Dove knows a lot
Yes,
about
sir,
the
I do.
kitties
Let's get into a little more detail of that
and the
process.
kitty files.
First of all, when you receive
Everywhere.
a cell phone in a locked state, are you able to access the files on that phone?
No, sir. We're not able to access all the files on there.
Why is that?
Because with modern cell phones, when they are in a locked state, the files are encrypted on there. They usually use 256-bit encryption, and they're based with the Apple phone, for instance, they're based at a file level encryption so that you are not able to pull the file out and look at it until you decrypt it or unlock the file.
All right. And once the phone is unlocked, you're then able to access the data, correct?
Yes, sir, we are.
What is a phone extraction, first of all, and then what's a phone extraction?
A phone extraction would be us retrieving as much information, user information, off of that phone as possible. And then once we take that information, it's put into, depending on the software, a lot of times it's put into a zip file, and then we'll process that zip
Can
file.
qualified
with
experts
another
offer
piece of
opinions?
software to go through and decode.
Yeah, only
and
qualified
look at the
experts can
information.
offer opinions.
And what kinds of information can you get from a phone via an extraction?
There are several different types of extractions. One is an advanced logical extraction, which is kind of the surface level, what you would see on your phone if you looked at it. Then you have full file system extractions. They go deeper, which will get hidden files that you may not see, like databases in there that are running in the background, which you won't see, but yet it contains information. And then the ultimate is a physical extraction. Now, physical extraction involves things whether you're going to root a phone or you're going to jailbreak a phone. And what that means is, basically, I'm going in and removing all security features from your phone so that now it's wide open and something could happen to it, which we don't practice rooting or jailbreaking phones because it is a huge security risk for the owner.
And I think you kind of mentioned this, but there are different types of phone extractions, correct?
Yes, sir, there is.
And just name a few of them.
There's the advanced logical extraction, like I described, it's just kind of the surface level that you go through. It's what you see on your phone. If you look at it, you see the text messages, call logs, pictures, things like that. Then you have the file system, which are going to get you databases in there. They're going to get you things that you're not seeing, along with the surface level. And then, of course, you have the physical, which ultimately gives you programming ability to the phone.
So there's 3 general categories or types of extractions. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And imagine in doing this in your computer lab, you have access to multiple types of software to help you extract and process this data off these phones. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, we do.
All right. And what's some of the software you use to help you with these phones?
Some of the software we use, we'll use Celebrite, whether it's their UFED Touch, which is a hardware device to extract information. They have a 4PC version, which is it sits on your laptop or your computer. We'll use that to extract. There's also Axon by Magnet Forensics that we'll use to extract stuff too. And then Celebrite also offers several other things. The one we'll use a lot is GrayKey, which we use to extract information from iOS devices or from Android devices.
Okay. And how do you decide what software to use on what device?
It really depends on what we're looking for and the state of the device when we receive it. If we receive a phone that we have a passcode to they're just looking for call logs and pictures, the investigator, sometimes we'll just use Celebrite for PC or Physical Analyzer, and we'll just do advanced logical extraction for them. Most of the time, though, we always try to get a full file system because there's additional stuff we can see and look at besides just that surface level stuff. So if it's an iOS and Android, sometimes we'll use GrayKey. If it's one of the other ones, sometimes we'll reach out to the Secret Service if we're not able to and use Celebrite Premium.
And we'll talk in more detail about each phone later, but in terms of your testimony today, we're going to focus on 3 different phones, and that's Maggie's, Alex's, and Paul's. And you've been able to process all those phones in your lab. Is that
Hey,
correct?
Kurt, just
Yes,
got
sir,
here.
I was.
Glad to have you
Just
here, Ron.
For
Thank you
Maggie's
for joining
phone,
us.
for Maggie's phone, what types of software did you use to process her phone?
For Maggie's phone, I used several different softwares. I did the extraction with GrayKey in order to get the full file system, like I described. That way it gets more of the databases, more of the surface level stuff. From that, I used Celebrite Physical Analyzer to go in and do the decoding and to analyze and look at the phone and the information on there. I also used Axon by Magnet Forensics. I used their tool to help validate what I was seeing with the Celebrite stuff.
And why do you use the 3 different types of software in this? Why did you use 3 different types of software on Maggie's phone?
GrayKey is primarily just an extraction device. It's a piece of hardware like a box that you would connect to, and it helps to extract the information. It doesn't do any of the decoding or any of the analyzing of it. I use Celebrite Physical Analyzer to go through to decode and do the analyzing. What I was finding on that, I want to validate that what I was seeing was being decoded properly and was right, so I ran through a separate piece of software so that I could see, and if it's getting the same information, then I know that both are decoding properly.
So, for example, if you find a particular text or photo that has a certain timestamp on using Celebrite, you want to check on Axiom to see if it has the same timestamp. Is that something you'd look for?
Yes, sir, correct.
And what would that tell you if you saw they had the same timestamp?
If it told me it had the same thing, they would have validated each other, that both were working properly and
Thank you,
decoding the information.
Thank you, Kate
properly.
Drama.
All right, and you received a phone that's been identified, that you identified as Alex's phone, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
And we'll get into the details of you receiving it a little later. What pieces of software did you use to analyze Alex's phone?
Alex's phone, I used GrayKey to do the full file system extraction. At first, I didn't have the password for that phone, and then I was able to obtain that password. So I used it to the full file system, and then I ran it through Celebrite Physical Analyzer, and then turned around and used Axon to validate my results, to make sure they were decoding properly.
Okay. And Paul's phone, which you've had an opportunity to process as well, correct?
When I received Paul's phone, it had a locked passcode that I was not able to bypass with Gray Key. At the time, the software version that was running on the phone, the model of phone, it would not get a full file system and would not obtain the passcode. So I reached out to the Secret Service because they had additional resources to see if we could use their resources to obtain the passcode and the extraction.
And ultimately, that was successful, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
And that was John Van Ouden with the Secret Service?
Yes, sir. That was my point of contact. That's who I took the phone to and signed over to. And then I received the phone back along with the hard drive containing the extraction he had performed.
All right. And circling back to Maggie and Alex's phone, you provided passcodes for those two phones, is that correct?
Originally, I was provided a passcode for Maggie's phone. For Alex's phone, I received two phones at the same time on that case, or within a day or two apart. One was from him, had a passcode. The other one did not have a passcode with it. But I attempted, because we were creatures of habit, to use the same passcode on both, and it worked on it.
Okay. All right. Let's. You've already referenced this, but let's go back and talk about the kinds of information you pull off these phones. And there's user accessible information that would normally be accessible by a user of the phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And let's run through real quick again. What are some examples of that type of information?
That would be call logs, voicemails, photos. If you wanted to pull up and see things you had saved, like your alarms that you had on your clock setting, if you'd set any of those kind of things you would see on there.
All right. And in a nutshell, that kind of information, if you just opened up the phone itself, that's kind of the information you could go and see for yourself if you just went through the phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. But there's other types of information on the phone as well.
Yes, sir, there is.
And that's information that a simple user can't necessarily access. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
All right. And tell us more about that information. First of all, where is it stored, how is it stored, and how is it accessed by in your lab?
Phones use many times SQLite databases to store information. They will go in, and inside those SQLite databases are things we're able to obtain by doing the full file system extraction. And things you may see in that from a big one's called Knowledge C database. You can see if the phone has been turned, if it's in portrait mode straight up and down, or it's been turned to vertical and landscape mode. You can see if the power goes out on the phone from the power log database, and what kind of battery percentage you may have. It also will have things in there in the encrypted databases. It'll have geolocation stuff from GPS stuff. It'll contain things like Bluetooth connections, where you can see if your phone connected to a Bluetooth device previously and when was the last time it connected to it. And those are some of the things you can find in the different databases.
All right. You just used a few words there. First of all, I think you said SQLite, right?
Yes, sir.
What is that, and what does that mean?
The SQLite database is a database that's contained, the best way to think of it is think of just one solid file. All the information is contained inside that file. That file will go through, and once it fills up, it will delete out the oldest stuff and keep the newest stuff. If you think about your phones, you use your phones a lot. Usually what's going to start filling up on your phones are photos, videos, music, apps when you put those on there, those kind of things. And you'll start losing size on your phone. Well, the SQLite database, because it's a file, it's not going to continuously grow and eat into all of that space. It's going to take up a certain amount to begin with because it's an operating system.
Oh,
but
closed captions? Sure, sorry about that.
File, and that's where the information is. And it's also set up by tables, too. So you would have to go in and look at the different tables to be able to interpret the information.
Okay. Now, those types of databases, I think you just said, are typically self-contained.
Yes, sir.
And they don't just keep writing to cover the entire phone memory, do they?
No, sir. If you had a SQLite database like Knowledge C, for example, it's not, if you just continuously took your phone and went and changed the orientation of it, or you went and started doing things like plugging it into an outlet to charge up or unplugging it, doing different things like that, it's not going to eat up all your memory in the phone. Your memory is going to be mainly eaten up usually by photos, videos, apps that you download, things like that.
And is there a shelf life of this type of database information on a phone? Does it overwrite itself after a period of time?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. And just generally speaking, how often is that type of database stored on a phone? How long is it stored, I should say?
It depends. Depends on how much you're using that database. Some databases will do, it may overwrite information if you're using a lot within 2 days. If it's a location, like an encrypted cache database, it may hold it for 45 days. It's just going to depend how much, because it's self-contained, it needs that room. So it's always the newest in, the oldest out on that database, and it goes through constantly doing that. So it depends. It really depends on how much
First
you're
in,
using
first
that
out
database. Whether you may see something
is the
that's
right
45
expression,
days
computer
older there,
guy, but
or you
what
may
do I
see
know?
something that's 2 days old or 2 weeks old.
All right. And you mentioned a Knowledge C database. Is that a type of SQL-like database?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what are some of the things you would expect to find in a Knowledge C database?
Many times in the Knowledge C database, you'll see different things where you may see orientation changes. You may see if somebody pushes a button on their phone, like a power button, or it used to be a home button in the older model of iPhones. You could see different things like that. You can also see things that will talk with the power log database, where it'll show you the % of battery life you have left. If you plug it in,
I really hope
start
at this
charging,
point there's a lot of
it'll go
payoff
through and
for
look at
this.
all those kind of different things to see, or just a
You
few
know,
of the things.
I hope there's a lot of payoff for this. Of like, here's all the things we do to find out the
All right,
information
and
on
you
the
mentioned
phone.
location storage, and that's
It's
a
like,
type
as
of
they
Knowledge
say,
C
this better be
database,
good.
correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So it's not unlimited storage for location points on the phone, correct?
Well, let me correct that. Actually, Knowledge C, you have a separate databases that do location.
Okay.
You have the cache database, you have the cache encrypted database, or just to name a few that will save location information.
And so
I am
phones,
God.
depending on how the user
I have access to
has
your
their
phone.
settings,
I can
will
see
store
all the
location data,
things.
correct?
Yes, sir. A user can make
Okay,
a
what are the
selection on their
things?
phones, whether they want to always give out their location, only while using an app, or never. It's a setting that a user gets to choose if they want, or
What are
it
the-
sets by default.
Sorry. And what are the different types of location data that a phone can store?
A phone can store many things. It can store cell towers that it's seen, depending on the database it comes out of. If it's the encrypted cache database, a lot of times it'll tell you what networks it's seen, but will not tell you the exact date and time that it has seen those networks. But it will tell you it's at some point in its life it's seen this network at this location. You have the cache database, many times it'll go through, and that'll be pulling GPS information. You'll have also databases that'll pull cell phone tower information if it's available.
And just, again, generally speaking, would GPS location information be more accurate than something like a cell phone tower location information?
Yes, sir, it would be.
Yes.
All right. And again, speaking generally, Lieutenant Dove, when you do a phone extraction, are you altering the data that you're pulling off the phone in any significant way?
And no, sir, we're not.
And how do you tell that? How can you know that for sure?
For example, if we use a phone, you use Gray Key to do the extraction on it, it'll produce a report, and in the report it'll tell us if it was successfully pulling it. It also will give us an MD5 hash value at the end, which is a mathematical algorithm that goes through and computes a very long number with letters and numbers. We can then take the extraction and run our own hash against it for an MD5 and compare it with another tool to make sure those two numbers match, and that means that no data has been altered.
Okay.
Sure.
And have you
That works.
performed these MD5 comparisons for the three phones we're going to talk about today?
Yes, sir.
And you're confident in telling this jury that nothing you did significantly any of the data that you're going to tell them about today?
Correct.
All right. Let me ask you real quick, what is a Faraday bag?
A Faraday bag is a bag that's used to put items in that can receive cell phone, Bluetooth, connections, Wi-Fi connections, GPS things. It helps to block those items from being received on the device.
Okay. And are there other ways to block a cell phone from receiving those types of signals?
Yes, sir.
And what are some of those ways?
You can also place the phone in airplane mode. In airplane mode, when you set your phone to that, you will not be able to receive any Wi-Fi connectivity or cell phone connectivity from the cell towers. You can also remove the SIM card. It's another way of ensuring that you're not
It's
receiving
not
those
exactly
things.
true.
The difference in airplane mode
Airplane
versus
mode
a
doesn't
Faraday bag
necessarily
is
turn
that
off
the
all
phone will
signals.
still be able to receive GPS coordinates.
By itself.
All right. And what danger are we concerned about when we talk about putting a phone in a Faraday bag or in airplane mode?
That somebody could wipe the phone remotely.
Okay. And specifically, when you say somebody, who?
Anybody that would have, take an iPhone for instance, if somebody knows a user's iCloud name and password, they could get on, say the iPhone's lost or stolen, and it will wipe that phone.
And so somebody has to have the Apple credentials if it's an iPhone. It would have to be that person who could wipe that phone remotely, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Well, let me ask you this. Is there a way for someone to remotely alter the phone any way short than just a full wipe?
You could do it by connecting a phone and doing an iCloud backup, for instance, with an iPhone. And then you would have to go through and remove whatever you wanted to, and then you would restore that phone to the previous iCloud backup you did. And then that way the phone would only go back to that previous state, and that's what it would show you.
Okay. But is there a way to remotely, other than the process you just talked about, is there a way to remotely access a phone and, say, alter a call log, for instance?
No, sir, not that I'm aware of.
Or any other piece of singular data on a phone? Is there a way to alter it remotely?
No, sir, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And in terms of policy, is for SLED, is a SLED policy to collect phones and put them in Faraday bag?
No, sir.
All right. Is there a SLED policy that governs how to collect cell phones from a crime scene or otherwhere or from elsewhere?
The manual for evidence collection through the forensic lab discusses taking a phone and place it into airplane mode if available and removing the SIM card.
All right. Let's talk about time real quick. How does a cell phone time, how is it set? Let me ask you that. The
Cell
time you
phone-
see on a cell phone, how is it set?
Cell phone time is set through the provider. Most of the times the phones will come default, that they will auto set to whatever time zone you're in, along with your provider, whether it be T-Mobile, Verizon. It sets through their servers. That way they know how to bill people, and they can also check it for usage time too.
Okay. And is a
Thank you,
cell phone
Nancy, for
kind of
the
like
super chat.
my oven where I set the time and a year later it's like 10 minutes off?
No, sir, not usually, unless you went in and removed the auto times on it. But then you would see traces of that when you look at it, that somebody's changed the time zone. It will go back to the original time zone. Whereas if you drove from South Carolina to Alabama, for instance, right after you cross that state line, within a minute, your phone's going to update to that current time zone, which is an hour behind us automatically.
All right. And so when we compare two phones and we compare events on two different phones that occur, either at the same or similar times, are those time references the same?
Yes.
And how are those time references synced?
They're synced through the server. Each phone's going to be synced through the server individually, and then when you look at them, you can see what time zone they were set in, along with the reports, along with looking to see, and then you can always confirm if you needed to through like call detail records or something else if you want to go another step into validating the call logs versus what it's seeing from the cell phone provider.
Okay. I'm going to show you, it's in evidence in State's Exhibit 204. 204 is... It's not ID only. It was introduced yesterday.
Stand for a moment.
This is a whole lot of tee up. So we're going to be able. What we're trying to do basically is say like where these phones were at various times to potentially contradict an alibi or something. I guess this is a lot of tee up though. Excuse me. Thank you for the 426 of you who are currently here. By the way, if you haven't already done so, you can retweet the pinned comment. That helps the channel grow. And I apologize, my energy levels are a little low. Didn't sleep last night, and it's beginning to impact me, but I'll try to be as present here as I can.
Please court. All right, I'm going to show you this is in evidence. It states Exhibit 204. And I'm going to ask you if you recognize that, sir.
Where do I watch me on Sunday?
Yes, sir, I do.
Probably I'm not streaming on Sunday because I'm resting.
What is that item?
This is an iPhone that we received in case 7021-0204. It was item 1 that, when after being processed, belonged to Maggie Murdaugh.
Okay. And you received that phone. Do you recall when you received that phone?
I would have to check my notes on
Tell
the
your
actual
friends.
date.
Tell your
It
friends
was
about
in
the stream.
June,
Recruit them.
I believe it was June.
Bring them over here.
2021. I received the phone from our evidence intake at SLED.
Okay. And what did you do when you first received the phone and you went to examine it?
When I received the phone, I returned to our unit where our evidence vault is held. I logged the item in to evidence. One of the processes we have when we log items in is we take photos of the item as it comes in. If it's got a cracked screen to it, we'll photograph that. If it doesn't have it, we'll photograph that. Once the item then is photographed, we'll go through, we'll process the phone as far as for evidence, where we'll go in, we'll look at the phone, we'll pull the SIM card out if it hadn't been pulled out, we'll check the IMEI number, we'll log it into our system, we'll place stickers on the phone and on the bag itself. Once that's done, then we'll take it to our evidence vault and sign it into a shelf in our evidence vault.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 277. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir. This is a photo I took when I examined this item.
All right. And that item being?
Item 1, the iPhone belonging to Maggie Murdaugh.
And at this time, State will move to introduce Exhibit 277 to evidence.
All right, we're finally getting to the phone of Maggie Murdaugh after the longest setup ever.
I'm going to show this. Are we up on the other?
What proposition are you wanting me to accept with respect to Maggie's
What
phone?
is this picture of? What do we see on this picture?
This is a picture of her settings on her iPhone. I opened the settings. I went in and pulled up. It shows the name of Maggie Murdaugh has been entered as a name for the phone. It also shows that the phone has been placed in airplane mode, that the Wi-Fi connection is off, Bluetooth connection is on, cell connection is placed in airplane mode.
Okay. So this is a picture you took, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And did you alter any of these settings yourself?
No,
when
sir.
you access this phone?
No, sir, I did not.
And we see the phone's in airplane mode, correct?
Yes, sir.
And is that the condition you received the phone?
Yes, sir, it is.
And do you recall if it was powered off when you received it?
It was powered on when I received it.
But it was in airplane mode, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 276. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
And is that a picture you took?
Yes, sir, it is. It's one I took during our examination of the phone.
All right. And that's, again, Maggie's phone?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. And at this time, State would move to introduce State's Exhibit 276 in evidence.
No objection.
Heard without objection.
If this boils down to, like, here's the last time this phone was used / locked,
All right.
and here's the
And
last
real-
locations of this
briefly,
phone,
what is that picture?
I'm going to be a little grumpy.
This is a picture of one of the screens on the phone that show the different apps on there. It also shows on there that there has been notifications received to those apps, such as CVS Pharmacy. It shows the little number 1 there, that it's been received a notification to that app.
All right. And when you see a notification like that, what does that mean to you? What does that tell you?
That they have been, one, that they have their notifications turned on, because if you go through and set your apps not to notify you, then you won't receive them or see them. That a notification's been turned on for that CVS app, for instance, and that she has received a notification on there.
All right. I'm going to show you, it's been marked as State's Exhibit 275. And do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that?
This is the location service from Maggie Murdaugh's phone. During my examination, I pulled this up, and it shows whether apps and different things, if one, location service was turned on, but then 2, if it was always running, if it was only while the app was being used, or it was set to never.
And at this time, State would move to introduce Exhibit 275 in evidence.
Heard without objection.
Okay, can you read that, Lieutenant Dove, on the screen?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right. And at the top, what is that? What do we see there?
At the top of it, on the left-hand side, you see the time of 12:30 with a little triangle next to it for location services. Then on the right-hand side, you see the little airplane to indicate the phone's in airplane mode. Then you see the battery, and it's hard to tell on the screen, but I believe it's yellow. It looks like on there that it's a low battery. Then it's the location services. It shows that location services are turned on. Then it goes down through several different apps, not all of them, but then shows like AccuWeather is set to never record locations. You got Amazon, Alexa, that's always, the App Store only while using the app, the Apple Store while using the app, Apple Watch faces while using, Apple Watch workout while using, and BCBS toolkit while using.
Okay. So these are user settings that presumably the owner of the phone would have set, correct?
Yes, sir. Majority of the time when you add a new app to your phone, it asks you, do you want to allow location services? Do you want to allow it all the time, only while using the app, or never? You can also go into your own settings and change those location services.
Okay. And for most of these apps we see on here, it seems to say that location services only be used while using. What does while using mean?
I don't care.
It indicates when you pull the app up and the app is in use, that's when it's recording the location that you're at. Whether it's running in the background or you pull it up and then close it completely out.
So if no one is actively using a particular app, the phone's not going to record location data, correct?
Correct, for that app, yes, sir.
For those settings where it says while using, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to approach and show you Exhibit 278. You recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is that?
This is a picture of Maggie Murdaugh's phone I took while I was doing the examination of it, and it shows the recent call log.
At this time, I would move to introduce State's Exhibit 278.
You brought this in for the call log? Is that why we went through all this, for the call log? Which I already got from the Verizon guy?
And this is the recent call log from Maggie
Please.
Murdaugh's phone, correct?
Please tell me
Yes,
there's
sir,
more.
correct.
And we see some entries that are red and some are black. What does that mean?
The red entries on there indicate missed calls, calls that have been received by the phone but were not answered.
And we see the word Alex followed by a numeral 5. What does that mean?
That would indicate the phone is recorded that there were 5 missed calls from the person identified as Alex in that contact list.
And in addition, we see a missed call from Buster, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And 2 missed calls from John Marvin, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And can we see the times or dates on this screen right now?
It shows the date on there as far as the day of the week. It does not show the calendar date or the times.
Okay. And finally, I'm going to show you Exhibit 279. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that?
This is a photo of Maggie Murdaugh's phone. When I was doing the examination, one of the other things I did was open the messages to look at it and take a photo of that.
And that's a picture you took, correct?
Yes, sir, I took that photo.
And at this time, State would move to introduce State's Exhibit 279 today.
No, sir.
Admit it.
All right. And this is those recent messages for Maggie, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. And what types of messages would show up in this inbox?
In this inbox, you would receive SMS messages, a regular text message, and also MMS messages, which ones may also have a photo attached to them, would show up.
Okay. All right. And I see to the left of most of these a dot. What does that dot indicate?
That dot indicates messages that have not been read or opened.
Okay. Okay. So after you took those processing pictures of Maggie's phone, what did you do?
I continued to process the phone. I took the gray key extraction I did with the phone. I ran it through Celebrite Physical Analyzer, went through it, looked for information relevant that may help the investigators, also to see what kind of things were going on the day of June 7th, 2021. And then from there, after I finished that one, that's when I ran the extraction through Axon to try to see if I could validate what I was seeing.
Okay. And you mentioned it, but this was a full physical extraction on Maggie's phone?
It was a full file system extraction.
Okay, full file system. Okay. And you processed it in Cellbrite?
Yes, sir.
And does Cellbrite produce a full file system report?
Yes, sir, it will.
All right. And explain to the jury what that is and what it does.
A full file system report from Celebrite is going to have everything that it can decode and then put in a readable format for you. It's going to give you things like your health database stuff, like to show you your steps that you're taking, your calls that you've made or missed or received, your emails, your text messages. It's going to tell you if you connect to a Bluetooth device. It's going to tell you if you went and were in a certain area, you have geolocation information, such as GPS information. It's also going to tell you if you have mobile payments in there, where you can look and see what cards you had in your mobile payments. Just to name a few, it will pull thousands of pages of information if you ran a full one and pulled it. It'll also give you the configurations of apps. Also give you the databases too in that report.
Okay. And you just mentioned it, but a full Cellbrite report is rather large, correct?
Yes, sir. Depending on the size of the phone, how much information is on the phone, I have seen them run over 148 gigs in size for one report.
What is a gig?
A gig is a measurement that is used for data. Most phones nowadays, when you get them, are going to go 64 gigs as your smaller end, and they go up from there to 128 or 256 or even a terabyte now. It's how much data it'll hold.
And phones, let's say just new models that the phones that Apple's selling, what's a common size that's sold by Apple today?
He just
Most
said-
of the time, people will acquire a 126 or 128 gig size. Then the next size up is the 256.
This full-size Cellbrite report that you produced for Maggie's phone, do you recall how large it is?
No, sir, not the full file.
Why do I
system.
care?
All right, but it's large, correct?
Yes, sir. It's, if I remember correctly, it's probably about 68
Why does it matter?
gigs in total size.
And if you wanted to print
If it's a
everything in that
kilobyte
report,
versus a
could you
terabyte, why does it
approximate
matter in
how
this
many pages
context?
it would take?
No, sir. I would be venturing to guess. Looking at the timeline, for instance, in a report like that, you're probably talking about 9,000 pages just for the timeline section of that report.
All right, I'm going to show you a box. I think the marker's on the inside, so you might need to open it up, but it's State's Exhibit 280. So you can open it up and take a look at it. All right, and what is the contents of that box, sir?
The contents of this box is a portable, solid-state external hard drive.
Okay. And is that something you've had access to before?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do with that external hard drive?
On this external hard drive, I provided a copy of the file system report from Celebrite. I placed it on this hard drive.
And for whose phone?
This is for Maggie Murdaugh's phone.
And you estimated it was in the neighborhood of about 60 gigabytes, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Plus or minus?
Yes, sir. It could be plus, probably plus
I
that.
don't care.
And that
I really don't care.
represents the full file
I
system
don't even a little bit care.
that you pulled off of Maggie's phone, is that correct?
Yes, sir. And
What is the bottom line?
And the phone's in evidence sitting right there in front of you.
I don't
Is there
care.
any significant difference in the data that's
I
contained
don't
on that
care.
phone and contained on that hard drive, other than the ability to access it?
That's the only difference.
Look, okay, you're God of
Your Honor, at
phones.
this time, State
You're
will
God of phones.
introduce,
This is on authentic record. Okay,
State's Exhibit
fine.
280
I'm giving it
into
to you.
evidence.
What's on the phone? What's on the phone?
All right, pretend, we just talked about, if we printed all that, it would be thousands of pages, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so, for today, you've printed shorter reports that we can look at and discuss for Maggie's phone, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
But those reports are pulled from that full Cellbrite report on that hard drive? Is that
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to show you something that's marked as State's Exhibit 280. Take a look at that, sir. And you recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that?
This is a report, a Celebrite report from Maggie Murdaugh's phone that was pulled just for call logs with a filter established for just June 5th, 2021 to June 7th, 2021.
Please, for the
as
love of God,
parameters
tell
for
me
this
we didn't
phone.
go all through this for the
So
call
those are
log.
call logs that were stored
Please.
on Maggie's phone. Is that correct?
Please
Yes,
tell
sir,
me
they
we didn't
were.
go through all this just for the call
And
log.
explain to the jury real quick. They heard from a Verizon representative this morning. What's the difference
Yes,
between
we
call
did.
logs stored on that
That's
phone
part of the
and
problem.
call logs that might be
Why do I
stored by a
need
company
this?
like Verizon?
When call logs are stored on the phone, one of the things on this report, for instance, it'll have network unknown. It's not pulling network information, so it doesn't matter whether you're using T-Mobile or Verizon for your phone. It's still going to pull the call logs. Even if you were to go and switch carriers from Verizon to T-Mobile, it would still pull the call logs from the database. One of the other things it'll do is it'll record times that the phone's receiving the call along with the amount of time that you spend on the call. It'll show if it was answered or
This
missed.
is really just going to be the call log.
on there.
That's really what we're doing.
Okay.
This is information I've already had painfully explained to me by the Verizon guy.
It's time, ladies and gentlemen, if you go to the jury room,
What
we'll
the fuck
take
are
a
we doing?
15-minute break.
The fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on? Is there a motion pending? What's happening now? It's okay. It's tea time. It's maybe is there a motion pending? Is like we know that something's happening? No, the thing that the judge has just left. Judge decided it was break time. Okay, this is a whole lot of tee up. Is all I'm saying. This is a whole shit ton of tee up. Okay, this is a lot of tee up. This had better be good. Because this is a lot of tee up for, are you an expert in the phones? Yes. Did you examine the phones? Yes. What did you find? Right? Now, I understand that we want to give a little bit more background, so we make this guy king shit badass. I get it. Right? I get it. We want the jury to understand he's king shit badass, and we want the jury to understand that, like, the phone's in pristine condition. So I get it. But, dude, I got it a long time ago. Okay, you are God. I surrender to you. I surrender to you, Britt Dove of SLED. I'm sorry for anything I insinuated about you being creepy or whatever. That was wrong of me. I apologize. I am so sorry. I was wrong. That was my bad. You are God of computer forensics and God of cell phones.
One final question before
This is true. This is truly and accurately a accurate record. I'm just ready to accept these things at this point.
PM. Wouldn't they be looking for other things like, did she call a lawyer in the past? Like,
I disagree with you. I'm in tech and I want to know the details. Oh my God. But if you're in tech, you know all these things, right? I mean, he's not teaching you anything, right? I mean, right? I mean, he's not really teaching me anything so far. I mean, so. I'm listening to judge him. Because I know it all, apparently. I try to be reasonably informed. I'm just ready to move on to something that matters. I'm ready to move on to details that matter. To the 446 of you who are currently here, thank you, by the way, for being here. Murdaugh apparently called her 5 times, which, it's a little bit unusual for the killer to call. I mean, it could be part of a alibi thing, but it's a little unusual. Are you thankful I'm not in Walterboro? Yeah, a timeline would not go completely unwarranted. Loving husband calls wife 5 times. I mean, that seems pretty plausible to me. It could be an alibi, but it could just be that he's trying to find his wife, calling her. So, doesn't really, There's no time difference between Connecticut and South Carolina. They're in the same time zone. I can also very much see calling and not leaving text message or not leaving voicemails. I've definitely called people and not left voicemails, so I don't think it's that unusual. So, calling her uncle, yeah. So, yeah, he did call her, but my new thought is if he did it before he left for his mom's. Well, I mean, he would have had to. I mean, if he did after he came back from his mom's, he really didn't have time. If he did it after he came back from his mom's, he really didn't have time to do it. I mean, he almost had to do it before he went to his mom's. No, you're fine, Marianne. You've not upset or offended me. As I was saying earlier, I'm a little bit sleep deprived, so I might be a little bit more punchy and a little bit more grouchy than I might otherwise ideally want to be. I just didn't sleep well last night. Sometimes me and sleep don't get along very well. Me and sleep have a toxic relationship, and I can't get out of it. So I'm a little bit tired. So if I'm a little bit punchy or a little bit short, I apologize. I'm doing the best I can. I love you all. You're fine. I mean, it's not bad. It's just like notable. It's definitely notable. So it's not like extreme. It's just notable. Thank you. Yeah. So I'm yeah. Lighting is awesome. Thanks. My mom thought it looked pretty good too. My mom enjoyed the lighting. She also recommended that I open my collar a little bit more. So we're taking mom's advice. So, in case you wonder why these changes get made, mom made recommendations. We listen to mom. Mom kicks ass. Kurt's mom isn't in the chat now. Kurt's mom is on the phone. We talk like, people. She's like, oh. She was emailing me. She emails me. She emailed me and thought she thought that the colors I had before were a little harsh. She didn't really like the bright reds, bright blues, and stuff like that. So she thought it was a little harsh. So she recommended paler colors. So this morning I did a color palette, and then I did a palette for this afternoon. I think I did lavender under the counter this morning, and then I think I did gold under the kitchen cabinet. And then this afternoon, I forget what color the strip is in. Hold on. What color are you? Dark orange. And then I believe rust. No, wait. Yeah, rust, I think. Yeah. And then the overhead lights are crimson. So that was what we did today, and that seemed to work out pretty well. Mom didn't recommend these particular colors. Mom just recommended a softer color palette. So this is what I generated based on, you should try a softer color palette. So this is what I came up with. So, and she said it looked good. So, I try to listen as best as I could. Why are we on break? Because the judge wants to be on break is why we're on break. Is my key light still RGB? Yeah, I haven't changed that. I haven't changed the key light color. The key light color is still, my app calls it Screamin' Green, is what they call it. It's a very mild green tint. If you were here and looking at it and you told me that you thought it was green, I'd be surprised. Because it's pretty mild. But yes, the key light, my light that's right in front of me, is set to Screaming Green. So to help, yeah. That's what it is. Yeah. My mom is mom. Mom kicks ass. Greens, the problem with green, like any sort of greens, is it doesn't really work. We tried like a green under the cabinet. It's just too bright. And if you do green overhead, it kind of makes everything look kind of drabby. So, but yeah, the green evens out the redness, is why I have the key light set to a very mild green. Right. So I also have the camera set to remove some of the redness. So you can change the color inside the camera. So I have it set to remove a little bit of the redness. And then I also have the key light set to a very mild green to help also remove some redness. So, yeah. Green helps to counteract the redness, so that's why I have it set that way. Green can make one look sickly if you set it too strong. That's definitely true. That's why it's very, very mild in color. It's not very expensive, actually. It's a very, very cheap setup. It's extremely cheap. It's incredibly inexpensive. The light box is Murdaugh. It's all on my Amazon page, by the way, if you want to look at this stuff. The light box is Murdaugh. I think it's $50. It might be a little bit cheaper than that. It comes with an LED bulb, but the LED bulb only does shades of white. So I've replaced it with a 100-watt RGB bulb from Wiz, made by Philips. It's just a 100-watt bulb from Philips. I think it cost like, I don't remember, $15 or something. So the light box itself is like $45. The light is like $15. Then the lights behind me, the strips are all Wiz, and they're all really inexpensive. The total cost of the lighting in this entire room is probably like $120. So it's not very expensive. It just looks nice. Yeah. Because this channel is very, very much on a budget and very cognizant of that. So we try to keep expenses down. The camera was bought. The camera is a Sony Alpha 5100. It was bought on Craigslist for $200, which is a bit of a steal now, to be honest, because prices went up from COVID and all that. So the price I got was a bit of a steal. But it was $200 used, Alpha 5100. The lens was by far and away the most expensive, because the lens was like, I have to check. The lens is fairly expensive. It's like a $300 lens. So the lens was quite expensive, but that was by far and away the most expensive thing. The microphone is a Rode NT1A. I bought that at a pawn shop for $75. So we definitely can bargain basement this thing. Am I in a cone of respectability? Not particularly. My apartment's in relatively good condition. I keep it in good condition. It's a little bit shabby off to the edges, but not especially. I wouldn't feel embarrassed to have you here in person. I like to keep my stuff in good order. And then I changed the audio of the mic a little bit with the soundboard thing, with the voice mod. So I have voice mod running, which makes the presence of the audio sound a little bit more full than it would otherwise, and also helps to eliminate some of the background noise. And that was like $20 of software. I think it was 22, and I might have got it for sale for 18 for life, which is a great deal, right? So I put on that voice mod software to help make the voice stuff sound a little bit better. So, but everything is very cost conscious over here on Uncivil Law. Vocoder is a free version of it. I went with the paid version of Voice Mod, and that was fine. My ancestors are from Scotland primarily, and Germany. All Northern European. I did my family tree a while back. Traced some of my mom's family line back to like the 12th century, I think. That was kind of interesting, doing my family tree. It was amazing, the records that you can get from Ancestry.com. It's pretty freaky, actually. But it's all Northern European. I am very, very white. Lol. I'm extremely white. Lol. Have I ever been to Europe? Yes, as a matter of fact, I have. I've been to London twice. I've been to France. I've been to Germany. Yeah. I've also spent time in Haiti when I was doing humanitarian work when I was a teenager. That was cool. I've been to Mexico. Never been to Canada, ironically. Or I'm not sure that's really ironic, but either way. Jamaica. Where else have I been? Something like that. Back in court? I thought I was watching live. Yeah, I'm watching live. Long Crime doesn't have it yet, so we'll wait. Any place on my bucket list? Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe is where I really want to go. Prague. Czech Republic. Balkans. Poland. It's kind of like where I'd like to go next in the world, that kind of area. Never been to Italy, no. Russian Bride? Yeah, maybe. Never been to Iceland. Am I going to have energy to cover Tug? What do you mean? I'm confused. Do you mean like be in his chat and stuff? Maybe. What do you mean by cover Tug? I'm confused. I wasn't really planning on making a video about Tug. Did I miss something? Never been to Australia. Australia is far away. Also, Australia is not real. So I can't go there. Are we still doing state direct? Where are we on this thing? We're still doing state direct. Yeah, I think we're still doing state direct. We better be still doing state direct, I'll tell you what.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Alec Baldwin now officially charged.
I
Exciting.
believe we were discussing State's Exhibit 281 before the break. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And what was that again?
This is a Celebrate report from Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone extraction. It has just call logs.
However, on a completely tangential note, I was really enjoying being in Tug's chat last night and just accusing Tug of different kinds of trafficking because it seemed hilarious. And the chat seemed to also enjoy it. So we were talking about the Eliza Blue case, and obviously I'll mute this in a second, but I want to finish the story because it's my channel and I can. So deal. Anyways, I was really enjoying it because we were talking about Eliza Blue, which for those of you who somehow missed the memo, is this girl on Twitter, which apparently controls safety and Twitter, safety and trust now, apparently in reality, or gets them to do their bidding, and has been censoring anyone who's been talking about her. And she says that she's been trafficked, and she apparently uses the word trafficked extremely loosely, up to and including her profile image or other images being used by people other than her, like as catfishing, is her being trafficked, which, you know, is a strange way to view trafficking, but okay. So because we were talking about it last night, I decided to start accusing Tug of trafficking in just basically every possible sense that was relevant to the story. So I mentioned that my chats that I was obviously voluntarily typing were being trafficked by Tug. My chats were being trafficked. My name was being trafficked. My profile picture is being trafficked. I also accused Tug of trafficking cucumbers, which have become so traumatized through the experience, they've become pickles, and trafficking the pickles into interstate commerce, and so forth and so on. So that was fun. So, okay, moving back into the testimony, which I'm sure is riveting.
Of the picture, there's a column, and when you build a report, it adds the numbers just to make it easier to keep track of in that report. If you added this report with another piece of item, whether it's text messaging or voicemails, it would change the numbers.
Okay. And on line 14, what is that data entry? What does that represent?
It represents a call that was outgoing on this phone.
All right. And we see a number. Don't read the number, but we see a number and a name below it in the second column there. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And what's that name?
Barbara.
Okay. And did you say that this is an outgoing call or an incoming call?
It shows the direction as an outgoing call.
Okay. Now, I look at line 13, and I see another entry that says Barbara. What is that?
That is the same call. It's entered in two different databases, and it pulls from both databases because it's both call logs.
All right. And so there's two databases for call logs on Maggie's phone? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
And just briefly, what does that mean? There's two different logs.
There's several different SQLite databases in a phone, and it's going to contain the information in different places. One may be recent calls. One may be calls that are considered past the recent step that's set in the database, so that it's going to be in the call logs, but it's not going to be in the recent. Sometimes you'll see them in both databases, recent and the call logs.
Okay. All right. And so what time is that call that you see on the entry there, lines 13 and line 14?
At line 13, it's on 6/7/2021 at 7:50, 19 seconds p.m. -4 UTC.
Okay, so that's 7:50 p.m. Eastern time, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And
I think the purple tie looks good, to be honest, man. I'm digging the purple tie.
We see a number, and it says.
I say
246.
purple
What
ties
does
are
that
cool, Paul. I say purple ties
That
are
is
cool.
the duration of the call.
mean? Okay. So at 7:50
What is not
p.m.,
cool, though, is the
Maggie
button-down
placed a
collar.
call to Barbara.
I am not
Is
a
that
fan of a
correct?
button-down
Lasted
collar with
2
a
minutes
tie.
and 46 seconds.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Spread collar or point
And we
collar
see a slight
for
time difference
life.
between line 13 and line 14. It's about 4 seconds. And that's just as simply the different way the different logs record the data.
Yes, sir, it's because they're going into different databases, so there is a lag in that.
But your testimony today is, what is the exact time that call was placed to Barbara?
That call was placed to Barbara at 6/7/2021 at 7:19 p.m.
Okay. In your review of Maggie's call logs, was this the last answer, or excuse me, the last phone call that was either dialed or answered by someone on Maggie's phone?
I would have to check the logs again,
Sure.
but I believe so.
I'll let you know that. Take a look.
Yes, sir, that's correct. That's the last answered call or one that was shown in the direction of outgoing.
All right.
Purple is
No
also
more outgoing
colorful.
calls that night, correct?
No, sir, correct.
That's right.
No more answered calls the night of June 7th. Is that correct?
Correct.
Because it's a royal color, right? So purple's law and orange is engineering, and those are all the ones I know because those are relevant to my fields.
Okay.
I'm glad I could contribute.
Okay, we're going to look at lines 9 and 10. I don't know if you can see that on your... I got it reversed, my bad. There we go. Okay, let's look at lines 9. You can't quite see the line. You can see line 10, correct?
Yes, sir, I can.
And there's a staple there, but above that should be line 9, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then we also see lines 11 and 12, correct?
Yes, sir, we do.
All right. And what do lines 11 and 12 show?
They show that the phone from Maggie Murdaugh received a phone call from 1-803-942-1227. On line 11, it has the name Alex associated with it. Shows the direction as incoming.
And was that call answered?
No, sir.
Okay. And again, we see 2 line entries for the same call. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
However, there's a difference. One line 11 says Alex, and line 12 says PA. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But they're the same number, though, correct?
Yes, sir, they are.
And again, briefly explain why we see a Alex and a PA between those 2 lines.
Because they're 2 separate databases that these are entered into. And when you set up your contact list, you can go through, and if you wanted to set a name for either a spouse, a child, or a good friend, you can set it how you want it to be. And that's going to show up from the contact side of it.
Okay. But it's the same call, correct?
Yes, sir, it's the same call, same phone number that it was received from.
Okay, let's look at line 10 and 9 directly above that. Again, the 9 is slightly obscured. But what do we see there? What activity do those 2 lines represent?
Those 2 lines show calls from 1-803-942-1227. Line 10 has it as PA. Direction shows an incoming call, and it shows it as a missed call.
Okay. And again, it's Alex and PA, but it's the same number ending in 1, 2,
We are
7,
seriously
correct?
doing this for the
Yes,
call
sir,
logs.
And you've had an opportunity to examine
Kill
a
me.
phone associated with 1227, correct?
Yes, sir, I have.
And whose phone is that?
That was Alex Murdaugh's.
And again, that time is what?
Sirens are at least interesting. I like them. They're nice.
All right, and the 2 times you see in line 10 and 9, can you read those times in those two blocks? And are they the same?
Yes, sir, they are the same. It is 6/7/2021 at 9:06:14 p.m. UTC -4.
Okay. And that's local time, 9:06, correct?
Yes, sir, that's local time.
And 14 seconds, correct?
Yes, sir.
And let's read the times for line 1112. That's
What the
first
fuck
call
are these call logs
from
supposed to
Alex.
prove?
What are the times for the call that's associated with lines?
Other
11 and 12?
than
They are the same time. It is 6
Other
7
than
20,
helping to
21
establish the time of
at
death.
9:04:23 p.m. UTC -4.
unless the state is going to try to argue that Alex is manufacturing an alibi by calling his wife, who he know would be dead, 5 times, which certainly is a thing that's possible, but it requires a lot of consciousness to remember to do that. I mean,
Talk about lines 7.
that's a lot
and
of
8
thought, and a lot of things,
on this report. I mean, what does this?
In addition to disposing the bloody clothes, in addition to getting
It
blood off his
shows
body,
a
in addition to
phone
ditching the
call
gun, in addition
of
to, in addition to, in addition to,
1-803-942-1227.
in a fairly tight time
On
frame.
line 7, it has the name of Alex. Direction shows incoming, and it shows that it was a
Otherwise,
missed
why are we
call
doing this?
Received on 6/7/2021 at 9:06:51 p.m. UTC -4.
And again, those are 2 lines associated with the same call, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so just reviewing, within the space of about 2 minutes, you see 3 separate calls from Alex's phone incoming into Maggie's phone. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
What's that supposed to mean?
After that 9:06:51 call on line 7 and 8.
He tried to
what's
call
the
his wife
next,
3 times
call
within the
you see
space
on
of
this
2
line?
minutes.
Moving up
What
the
was that
call
supposed to
log,
mean?
The next call I see is from 1-803-942-1227. On line 5, it has the name of Alex. The time received on that call is at 9:45:32 p.m. UTC -4.
All right. And that's lines 5 and 6, correct?
Yes, sir.
For the same call, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And finally, let's talk about lines 3 and 4. What information do you see there?
On lines 3 and 4, they're the same call from 1-803-942-1227. On line 4, it shows it as PA. Direction is an incoming call, and it was received at 10:03:58 p.m. UTC -4 as a missed call.
All right. And to clarify, these last 5 calls from Alex, were any of them answered?
No, sir.
Okay.
And previously, we looked at when you took pictures of Maggie's phone, you took a picture of her call log, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. And I'm showing you again, I'm going to put it up on the screen. It's been admitted, Exhibit 278. And we saw that numeral 5 next to Alex's name, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And that represents 5 missed calls.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And I don't know if you're doing math while we went through that, and we can look at it again if you'd like, Lieutenant Dove. But did you count the calls from Alex that were missed in a row as we went through that call log?
Yes, sir, I came up with 5.
Okay.
Uh,
And since I have that picture up there.
I believe you.
When you access
Tried to call
Maggie's
his
phone
wife
to
5
take
times.
these pictures and to
Film
go through
at
some of these
11.
screens, did you change any settings?
No, sir. The extraction had already been done at the point I took these photos.
Okay, so the extraction actually was done before these pictures.
Yes, sir.
All right. But even after, did you change any settings or open up any calls to make anything difference on the phone?
No, sir, I did not.
He tried to call his wife 5 times that evening.
And just looking at
Okay.
Maggie's call log on the phone itself again, this is still 278. We talked about calls with Barbara that were 7:50 p.m. on the call log, correct?
Yes, sir.
And looking at this screen, we see a call before that, before Barbara, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And who is that name on that call?
Marianne?
Okay. And was that a completed call?
Yes, sir. It shows as a completed call, not a missed call.
Okay, and can you look at the screen, and maybe you can't, can you tell from this screen itself whether it was an incoming or outgoing call?
No, sir, I cannot tell for sure from the
Before-
screen.
If we looked at it on the call log we just talked about on Exhibit 281, you'd be able to tell that information, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, so let's move on. Let's talk about Maggie's text message report.
Oh my God, why?
I'm going to show you something that's marked as Exhibit 282. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that?
This is a Celebrate report I produced from Maggie Murdaugh's phone that has text messages with a report filter that was set from June 7th, 2021 to June 7th, 2021 for just a 1 day's worth of text messaging.
And what kind of information does that report have on it?
General information it has on the beginning of the report is going to have information about the device as far as the Apple ID and what the name is that's associated with the phone, the type of phone, just general data as far as device information. On the other pages, you'll see text messaging that's on the phone, who they were from, the text message, the date, and it also shows
Is the
status
text
if it was
message a
read
text
or an
message
unread
from
message.
Alex saying,
when you
ha
look to
ha
see if
ha,
it was
I am
read or
now
unread.
going to kill you?
If a message had been read, would the phone record
Ha ha
that
ha,
time
try to
and
avoid
date
my shotgun
the
blast?
message was read?
Is that the text
Yes, sir, it
message?
does.
If that's the text message, that'd be really helpful. Is that the text message?
At this point, the state's going to move to introduce State's Exhibit 282.
Submitted.
Thank you. All right. Now, let's talk a little bit about how the text messages are organized in this report. Is it strictly chronological through?
No, sir, not always. Sometimes they can get a little out of order, depending on when the text messaging and the filters you set on the report.
Okay, and how did you set that up on this report? I can get back to you to look at.
On this report, it appears to have pulled chronologically, but it's also pulling instant messages versus chat messages, and they are coming from different databases.
Okay. So if it came from a different database, it's separate, but but all the SMSs should be in chronological order, correct?
Yes, sir.
So let's look at a few things here.
If someone texted her after the time of death and opened the text, that would be somewhat interesting.
Okay. This is page 31 of this report. All right. Can you read that at the bottom there? Is that readable?
Just part of the bottom is readable.
Sorry, I was looking at the wrong one. Okay. And what is this?
This is appears to be a group text message that was received on this phone from one individual to several other individuals.
Let's not read numbers, but there's most of these had names next to them. So who sent this message?
It appears it has it down as John Marvin.
Okay. And who else is in this text group?
Maggie Murdaugh appears in this, but it has her user account name, which is a Yahoo email address.
Okay.
It has Alex, Christy, Lynn, Alan, Liz, and it has one phone number that does not have a name associated with it.
Okay. All right. And what time did this text message arrive on Maggie's phone?
It appears that the text message was received 6/7/2021 at 8:31 p.m. UTC -4.
Okay. And
I think without offensive objection, the state's going to move to seal this as per the evidence per the previous protocol.
Your Honor, and I understand that's just protect the phone numbers and email addresses of the other folks on here. We have no objection.
Is that correct?
No objection to sealing the phone numbers, Your Honor.
change the color of the banner like that. I can only do solid colors, so
Now, real quick, what time
I
did
don't
that
think I can't
text
do a
arrive
gradient
on
on
Maggie's
the
phone?
banner.
It shows
Although
at the
that'd be
bottom
cool.
of it at 6/7/2021 at 8:31 p.m. UTC -4.
Okay. All right. And was that text message read?
Yes, it shows it as red.
Okay. And what time was it read?
It shows it as red on 6/7/2021 at 8:31:16 p.m. UTC -4.
So about 16 seconds later.
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you read this text message, please?
Yes, sir. It says, I plan to go over to visit Dad tomorrow afternoon. Is anyone else planning to go?
Wow.
And that's from John Marvin, correct?
Yes, sir.
Stunning
We're not going
revelation.
to go back and look at the previous text in this thread, but what is the general topic that they're discussing, just for context?
I'm going to guess it's visiting Dad tomorrow
It appears
afternoon.
that they're talking about going to visit Dad tomorrow.
Wow,
They're
look
trying
at that.
find
I
out
knew
if
the answer to
anybody
the
else plans
question.
to go over
I'm a
with them,
genius.
at any time.
And this is a response to a series of texts about Randolph, Alex's dad, and his health, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to turn over to page 32, and we see another text. And this is that same text group, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And this is another text that arrived on Maggie's phone, correct?
Yes, sir, it
Who
did.
sent that text?
It looks like Lynn G.
All right. And what does it say?
It says, I'm in court all week with an emoji.
Would you like me to tell you the
Was
topic of
this
this
text
one?
read?
Yes, sir. It shows it as red at
Do
8:49:27
that.
p.m.
Would you like me to tell you what they're talking about?
On 6/7/2021.
I could do it. Just ask me. No? Okay. I'm disappointed.
And I'm going to hand this report back to you. Have you help me find. I believe Maggie receives a text later, and it might be from Rogan. Could you find that text in there for me, please?
Yes, sir.
I think they were talking about how he's anticipating going to be in court all week.
Yes, sir.
I think that was what
I've
that was about.
located it.
Okay, what time did that text arrive on her phone?
That text arrived on 6/7/2021 at 9:34:14 p.m. UTC -4.
Let me see. All right, and that text is from who?
That text, it says it's from Rogan.
And that's at least what the call, or the apps, or excuse me, the contact list says.
Yes, sir. That's the name that was entered in the contact list associated with that phone number.
And that arrived on Maggie's phone when?
On 6/7/2021 at 9:34:14 p.m. UTC -4.
And was that text ever read?
No, sir. It appears as a status of unread.
Okay. Now, let's be clear about something, Lieutenant Dove. You know, when we say a text is read or a call was answered,
Seriously?
can you know for certain from your forensic analysis of who the actual person was who answered a call or made a call or read a text?
No.
No, sir. I cannot tell you who did it. I can tell you that the phone has the information. The phone recorded certain information, but I can't tell you who's actually touching the screen or pushing the buttons on it.
Okay.
I knew the answer to that one
In
too.
order to place a call, or to place a text, or to read a text, what condition has to be satisfied?
The phone has to be unlocked.
All right, we'll continue for now. Where was I? What condition has to be satisfied in order for someone to make a call on a
The phone has to be unlocked.
Unless you're making an emergency call, like a 911 call, you would need to know the passcode to be able to unlock the phone to get to it, to the contact list, or either to the number pad to dial the number.
Wow.
So you need to know the passcode, correct?
Yes, sir.
To unlock the phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And are there other ways to lock these phones or unlock these phones?
There's also
Face ID
too with
or fingerprint?
iPhones, which this one was, there's the biometric way of doing it. If you set a face unlock, where instead of having to enter your passcode every time, you can look at it, the camera will activate, and it'll unlock via your face.
Yeah, that's good.
All right. So that was 282. Can I see 282 again? I'm sorry. I'm going to show you, I believe there's some texts from Alex that Maggie received that night. Can you find those in that report, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I found the text thread.
Okay. All right.
What's the beginning?
All right, let's look at page 16. And can you read that, sir?
Are you referring to the bottom text on that one?
Yes.
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay. All right, and who's that text from?
It's from Alex.
All right, and it was sent to Maggie's phone, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
At what time did that arrive on Maggie's phone?
It shows 6/7/2021 at 9:08:58 p.m. UTC -4.
Okay. And was that text ever read?
No, sir. It shows the status is unread.
All right. And I can hand you back the report if you need to refer to it again. But we previously discussed a text at 8:49 and 27 that from Lynn G, I believe, that was read, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is there any texts that arrived on Maggie's phone after that time that were read?
No, sir, there was not.
Wow. Deep. Great. Thanks.
Okay. And I'm going to hand you, it's been marked as State's Exhibit 282. And I'm going to ask if you recognize that, sir.
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that?
This is a Celebrate report that I produced from Maggie Murdaugh's phone. It has on there device events from her phone with a date range filter placed on it for the day of 6/7/2021.
Okay. All right. And what kind of information is contained in that report?
In this report, it's going to have different information in there as far as activity. It'll have location information in there. It'll also have whether the phone was unlocked, if it was locked, if there's orientation changes. It'll also pull if it was plugged in, whether to a car or to the wall to charge.
And most of this is information that's stored in those databases we discussed previously, correct?
Yes, sir. Most of this information is in the Knowledge C database.
Okay. beg the court's indulgence. And how many pages is this report?
I don't remember offhand. I think it could be 87. I can't remember if that's the 87-page report that I produced for that one.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to
I don't remember Lulu.
direct your attention, if you can read that,
I don't remember the response for Super Chat.
to line 4336. Do you see that at the bottom, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what information is contained on line 4336?
It has, the first column has the number, then it has device events. The next column that's
Didn't AM say
populated
on
has
first
a
interview
date of
Maggie's passcode could be Paul's birthday,
6/7/2021,
which it ended up being?
8:17:15 p.m. UTC -4 start time. Then the column, 2 columns over, it has unplugged, and this information was obtained from the Knowledge C database.
What does unplugged mean?
It would indicate that the
It
phone
means
was
the phone is not
unplugged,
currently
whether
plugged in?
from a vehicle or from a wall or a computer that it was charging.
And I'm going to show you again, states 283. And you previously explained that as a report you prepared off of Maggie's Cellbright phone, correct?
Yes,
And
sir.
it's a timeline report, correct?
Yes, sir, the device events.
And at this time, state would move to introduce Exhibit 283 into evidence.
Did it?
So horror. We know that she died between 8:50 and 9. This Alex says that he calls her at 9:06.
Okay, I'm going to direct your attention to line 4354. Do you see line 4534?
Yes, sir, I can see 4354.
And what's the date and time associated with that log?
4354, the date associated is 6/7.
Thank you, Sahar.
2021 at 8:30:23 p.m. UTC -4.
And what is that data entry?
That entry shows Poshmark buy and sell fashions.
Would that be a website?
Yes, sir.
And what does that indicate to you was occurring on this phone at that time?
That it was possibly running in the background.
Okay. Would this be a website that had been previously accessed on this phone?
Yes, sir.
How they know time of death? I don't know. I'm not a forensic examiner. Presumably they could narrow it down to certain times based on certain factors.
Okay. Well, I'm going to show you a series of entries starting at
However, I am apparently
4404 here.
a computer and cell phone forensic examiner because I know some of the answers to his questions.
4404.
So,
Yes, sir.
yeah.
And above that is 4403, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what is that line entry we see at 4403?
It shows that the display was on, and that was obtained from the Knowledge C database.
Okay. And then, and that, this is all June 7, 2021, correct?
Yes, sir, and the time on that one is at 8:49:20 p.m. UTC -4. It shows as a start time.
Well, let's talk about that for a minute. Display on, what does that mean?
It's when your screen lights up, It's
But
the
you
easiest
know,
way
you
I
can do many
describe
very
it.
short, basic
And there can be
webinars.
a
I can
variety
also
of
see
reasons
myself
why it would
be
light
more
up.
educated.
Well, let's talk about
I never really
some
thought
of these.
about it.
Why don't you list
Just list all the CLE I've ever taken
If
on
you
my
receive a
CV.
notification, whether it's a call, a text message, if you have it set to receive notifications from an app, like the CBS app that was previously on there, you receive those notifications, your screen, if it's your phone sitting down and not being used, it'll
So
light
if I
up
sign
to
up
let
for
you know that you received
notifications,
the notification.
Then
It
I
can
get
also
notifications.
It can light up
list
if
notifications.
you have too much vibration sometimes.
Notification.
If you're walking around tossing your phone up and down, sometimes it can light up. There's various reasons what could cause it to light up.
Could bumping the phone light up the screen?
Yes, sir, it could.
Could picking a phone up light up the screen?
Yes, sir.
So, of those reasons you gave, some of them sound like there could be human caused, correct?
Yes, sir.
And some of them sound like could be processes that are on the phone itself and requires no external human interaction, correct?
Correct.
All right. So, bumping a phone, that's a human interaction. If someone physically bumps a phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
But if a notification comes in and the screen lights up, is that something necessarily the user caused?
No, sir.
So it could just happen on its own?
Yes, sir.
Right, yeah,
Okay.
thanks.
Let's
Got
look
it.
at line 4404, the line below that. And I think we've got the date established, but what time is that line on line 4404?
It shows a time of 8:49.
Chrominian, in answer to your question, why it's UTC, it's because it was a
What kind of
compromise
data entry is that?
between
It appears to be
the English
an
and the
SMS
French.
or a text message that the phone was
So-
processing.
It's
And
UTC,
then below
'cause
that,
Universal
on line
Coordinated Time is
4405,
UTC
we see
because
a device event, correct?
it was a
Yes, sir.
compromise between the
And
English and French.
At the same
And I forget
time,
what it
correct?
is in French, but it's not that order
Yes, sir.
either.
And
So
what
we
does it say?
compromised and
It
picked an order
says
that wasn't right in either
that was
language.
the 44,
These and time facts are known by Uncivil law.
26 p.m. is an end time, and it shows
Yeah,
device
yeah.
locked.
Okay, well, let's look at 4406 below it. What kind of event is that?
That shows an event of the device unlocked.
Okay, so the phone's unlocked at 8:49:26, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then at line below that, 4407, we see the display is back on, correct?
Yes, sir. It shows display on.
Well, what did we just previously talk about that happened at 8:49:27?
That's when a text message was received.
Was it received or read at that point?
I would have to go back and look at the report. I believe it was red.
Okay. It was read?
Yes, sir.
And so when you see this sequence of events on this timeline log, what would you associate that with, knowing the fact that there was a text message read at that time?
That a text message was received on the phone, that the phone was unlocked to read the text message.
Okay. And I think I might find that report again, which is, just to refresh your memory,
I
279.
should schedule tomorrow morning stream. How do I schedule streams?
That's the wrong one, sorry. 282.
Do I push this button?
282. Just to refresh your memory, why don't you go back and look at that event at 8:49:27. I believe it was the text thread from the family members.
Tomorrow we're going to have pictures of cannons. Someone
Yes, sir.
recommended
I found it.
And what time did that text
That'd be
message
nice.
arrive on the phone?
It arrived at 8:31:47 p.m.
All right. And what time is it read?
It's read at 8:49:27 p.m.
Okay. And so just so we don't get things confused or mixed up, that text message had been on the phone for a few minutes anyway by that point, correct?
Yes, sir.
But it wasn't read until 8:49:27, correct?
Correct.
All right, let's keep going here for a minute. All right, let's look at line 4409. Do you see that line on your screen, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is this line? What does this represent?
This is a line that indicates the start of an orientation change of the phone.
Okay. And what is an orientation change?
Means when you
An
change from
orientation
vertical to
change would
horizontal or
be
the other
if
way
you take
around.
your phone, it's considered portrait if you're holding it straight up. If you turn it to the side, it's considered landscape, and that would be changing the orientation of it from straight up to sideways.
Thanks.
So what can cause an orientation change?
Well, the
It
user
would have to be somebody
manipulate it.
moving the phone. As far as if I'm holding my phone up to talk to somebody or to look at something on there scrolling, and then I hold it down by my side, it's going to cause it to change orientation. Or if I rotate it in my hand to watch a video, it's going to cause an orientation change.
So could picking up a phone to read a text message cause
Yes.
an orientation change?
Yes, sir, depending on where you're holding it to start with.
And can you think of any process on a phone that would cause an orientation change to log other than a human holding the phone?
I can.
No, sir, not that I've seen.
The phone could
Well, one
vibrate and it
possibility
could
I'll
fall on the
ask you about
side.
is-
I could do that.
If, say, a phone's
I'm
dropped.
smarter than him.
Could that cause an orientation change?
It would have to tumble end over end, like down steps, for instance, and it would have to be on to be able
February
to
1st
record
in the
that
morning,
orientation
right?
change.
For tomorrow morning at 30 a.m. Central. Yeah.
Let's go down to line 4412. Do you see that, sir? I'll screw it up.
Yes, sir, I do.
And what does that line show?
That line shows the start time of the device being locked.
Okay, and what time is that?
It's at 8:49:31 p.m. UTC -4.
All right, tomorrow morning stream is now scheduled.
And I can hand this phone to you, or excuse me, this
Exciting.
report back to you. We'll come back to this, that line again in a minute. But I'm having you look through this report. So the phone was locked at 8:49:31, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you look in that report and determine if at any point later that night the phone was unlocked?
Is this upcoming? Okay, cool. All right. For tonight's stream, I'm going to dump you into Lawyer You Know stream. So I'm going to change the behavior so when the stream ends, it'll redirect you there instead of redirecting you to tomorrow's stream. And hopefully he'll return the favor as well. So that's what we're going to try for tomorrow. And I need to send him a quick note just to let him know that I just did that. So that he'll remember to do that. Okay, so set that up. Okay, I need to send a note. Let's see here.
I do see on here where it does show that the lock stage ended on 6/8/2021 at 1:10:35 p.m. UTC -4.
And that's the next day, correct?
Yes, sir. That's the next afternoon at 1:10 p.m.
Okay, so that phone was locked between 8:49:31 and 1:10 p.m. the next day, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, and I'm going to go right back to look at line 4414. Excuse me, 4413.
So hopefully
This is
that'll work.
4412, which is the phone being locked at 8:49:31, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you see any entries? What time is the next entry on this report?
Could you repeat which number you're looking at?
On line 4412, we see the phone is locked at 8:49:31, which is what you just testified to, correct?
Yes, sir.
What time is the next event on this log?
The next event on the log shows the display off at 8:53:08 p.m.
Okay. Is there anything that occurred on this report between those two times on this phone?
Not on the device activities report or the device event report.
And at 8:53:08, what do we see?
We see that it's the end time for the display off.
Okay, and that's line 4413.
Yes, sir.
And then we see at 4414, what happened?
It's an orientation change.
Okay. And at 4415, what happens?
The display comes on.
Okay. You just said it was an orientation change, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what does that, from your expert opinion, tell you is going on with this phone?
The user is
It's an
changing
end time
orientation.
for an orientation
from
change
people,
from landscape.
Blah, 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 blah.
In my opinion, the phone's going from being landscaped, being held like this, in a position like this, to going into the portrait position, which is up.
And you previously testified that there's only a very small number of things that can cause an orientation change, correct?
Correct.
And it's most likely that that's a human-caused event, correct?
Correct.
Strictly speaking, earlier you
However,
said it had to be
you can't
human
testify to
caused.
today as to who
So-
held that phone at that time, correct?
Correct.
Did I forget to put tags in today's video? That's annoying. So many things to remember when you're creating a new stream.
All right. And let's keep going here for a little bit. We're at 8:53:12, and, excuse me, 8:53:24, and that's line 4417. What do you see again?
It shows an end time for orientation change from portrait.
Okay. And then we see lines 4418 and 4419, we see the display come on and off, correct?
Yes, sir. It shows the end time of display on, and then it shows the start time of display off.
All right. We'll go to the bottom of that page, and we'll look at lines 4428 and 4427. What do you see there, sir?
On 4428, it shows the start time at 8:54:40 p.m. of the orientation change to landscape.
My tags
At
have got
4429, it shows the end time.
tags have got reaction and lawyer reacts in the title.
44 p.m.
And then in the
orientation
description, I've got
change
Murdaugh,
from
South
landscape.
Carolina, and lawyer reacts in the
And my apologies, I
description.
meant to direct
And
you
then
to
I've got
lines
a whole shit ton of
4426
tags in the
and
tags field.
4427. What do you see in those lines?
On those lines, it shows at 8:54:34
How I've got set up right
p.m.
now.
It shows the start time of the camera in the phone.
All right. And how long is that camera on for, that you can tell?
It appears to be on for 59 seconds. Or, yes, 59 seconds. I'm sorry, 1 second.
1 second.
I'm sorry, doing math sometimes gets...
It wouldn't really make sense to put hashtag
Alright, so the
Murdaugh on
camera's
the
on for
title
1
because I've already got Murdaugh on the title. So
In your
putting
opinion,
hashtag Murdaugh would be a little
What
repetitive.
does that tell you is happening on this phone?
It appears the phone's being moved and the camera's activating in the background to see if it would recognize somebody's face that would unlock it.
So the phone is attempting to face unlock, correct?
Yes, sir, that's what it appears.
But you just testified that after 8:49:31, the phone never unlocked, correct?
Correct.
So with this camera entry, does the phone successfully unlock?
No, sir.
Now, can you tell us what that camera was looking at? Do you have any data that would suggest specifically what the camera was looking at?
No, sir, I don't know what the camera was being pointed at.
So it could be looking at the ground,
Yes, sir.
the sky,
Yes, sir.
Wow.
somebody's face other than Maggie Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
Well,
But
it could be looking at Maggie Murdaugh's
if that
face,
camera
right?
seen Maggie Murdaugh's face, what would you expect to happen?
I would expect for it to unlock.
Okay, let's keep going. All right, let's look at line 4434. And this is at time 8:55:32. What do you see there, sir?
It shows the end time for orientation portrait, which means it was ending in that
Could have
orientation.
it could have been pointed at a bucket of
So
chicken
again,
wings.
at that time,
It could have been pointed
would it
at
be your opinion
clock
that phone was held in somebody's hand?
Yes, sir.
or chandelier. It could have been pointed at moon. It could have been pointed at cow jump over moon.
Okay, and let's look real quick at the bottom of that page, and that's line 4441. And what is that information there?
In 4441 comes from the activity sensor data, and that's at 9
Thank you, Martin, for the gift
o'clock
memberships.
even PM, and it shows steps. It also shows distance traveled.
Okay. And let's talk about the steps for a minute. You've produced another report that specifically focused on steps that you pulled from this phone, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And that shows more granular data of when steps occurred than this report shows, correct?
Correct.
And so just because we see 9 o'clock on this report, does that mean that steps occurred exactly at 9 o'clock on this phone?
No, sir. It's the 2 after the 9 o'clock on that, which means it would be a range as
Okay.
far as example would be like 9 to 10 for the total steps.
And you prepared another report that would show specific steps during a specific time range, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The only thing camera cannot see is itself. The tragedy of camera.
All right, let's look at line 4447. What do you see there?
4447 shows from the call log database an incoming call at 9:04:23 p.m.
Okay, and who's that call from?
It's from phone number 1-803-942-1227 PA.
And that's the call that we discussed in Maggie's specific call log, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And that's at 9:04:23, correct?
Yes, sir.
And was that call answered?
No, sir, it showed no time that call was answered.
All right, let's look at the bottom of that page, line 4454. At 9:06:12, what do we see there?
At 9:06:12 shows the start time of an orientation change to portrait.
Okay. And again, in your opinion, what does that tell you about whether this phone is in someone's hand?
In my opinion, it would be in somebody's hand that was changing it from landscape up to portrait, lifting it.
And that's at 9:06:12, correct?
Yes, sir.
Let's go to line 4456. Can you read that, sir?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay.
I'm not
And line 4457.
really super feeling the state's case here.
57 associated with.
They're associated with a phone call that was incoming to Maggie's phone.
Okay. And what is the time on that call?
It's at 9:06:14 p.m.
2 seconds after that orientation change, correct?
Yes,
Oh
sir.
my God.
And that call came after the orientation change, correct?
Yes, sir.
What?
And again, you
What
can't
does
tell
that
us
mean?
whose phone, or your digital forensics can't tell
What
us
does that
whose hand
mean?
that phone was in at that point.
The call came in
Correct.
2 seconds
All you can tell
after
us
you
was
changed the
phone was
orientation on
locked,
your phone.
correct?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
I'm going to hand this back to you, and I want you to review this report. And I want to have you tell us if that is the final orientation change in 906-12 or not. See if you see any further orientation changes after that point.
She picked up the phone to answer it. No, she didn't. Because the phone call came in 2 seconds after the orientation change. That's what he just said. Right? So she didn't pick up the phone to answer it. She picked up the phone and then the call came in. Right? So, but what does it matter? Who cares?
I do see the end time for the orientation of portrait that it recorded.
Okay, what time was that?
It was at 9:06:20 p.m.
Okay. And when you say end time, what do you mean?
It's just the time that it recorded that it stopped in recording that portrait mode. It
So you
does
saw
not.
the excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt. Please finish.
I'm sorry. I was going to say I don't see any orientation change to landscape after that in this report.
Okay. So at 9:06:12, the orientation change starts, correct?
Back
Yes,
when
sir.
we had wall
At
phones,
9:06:14,
long ago,
there's
far,
an
far
incoming
away,
call from Alex,
I once
correct?
picked up a phone to call somebody.
Yes, sir.
Who had called me in the
And after
interim,
that
and I
point,
picked up the
you
phone before it
do not
rang,
see any more orientation changes, correct?
Correct.
which was pretty freaky. So I picked up the phone to call them, and they had already called me, but the phone hadn't rung yet. So there's a moment of serendipity for you. Whoa. Maybe I'm the killer.
All right, let me direct your attention. Excuse me. You talked about the 9:06:20 orientation change in time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then we see at line 4461, another incoming call, correct?
Yes, sir. That was at 9:06:51 p.m. and that was from 1-803-942-1227 PA.
And that's Alex's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's the third phone call within about 2 minutes from Alex, correct?
Yes, sir.
Remember, he said that he picked up the phone and then realized he shouldn't. You need to give the caregiver to testify whether it was there or not. Okay.
All right. And I see an entry at line 4464 at 9:07. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
And that's a display on and off, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we've already discussed there could be a number of reasons for that display coming on and off, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the data you see on the phone is not
This
going
was
to be
Paul's
able to
phone,
tell you
or that was Paul's
exactly
phone?
why that screen came on, will it?
Okay.
Correct.
All right, line 4466. What is this?
4466 shows a text message received incoming at 9:08:58 p.m. From the phone number 1-803-942-1227 Alex to Maggie Murdaugh.
What does that text say?
It says, "Going to check on M. Be right back."
All right, I'm going to put you on the spot here.
Oh dear.
That call occurred at the last call from Alex occurred at 9:06:51, correct?
Yes.
And the text came from Alex at 9:08:58, correct?
Yes.
And this was a text that was never read, I believe you testified to in the previous report, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
All right, I'm going to put you on the spot here. Can you calculate the time between 9:06:51 and 9:08:58, please?
2 minutes and 7 seconds.
Take your time. If you need a pen, we can get you.
It appears to be 2 minutes and 7 seconds.
Wow.
There's 2 minutes and 7 seconds between that call from Alex to that text from Alex, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Thank you.
I'm a goddamn genius, people. He called his wife, and she didn't
look
pick
at
up.
lines
And then 2 minutes and
44,
7 seconds later, he
65,
texted him, her.
4468.
Dun,
Above
dun,
that,
dun.
is a staple, but 4467. You see those two entries?
Dun, dun, dun.
Yes, sir.
And we see that's, mobile SMS at 9:08:58. Is that a data entry associated with that incoming text from Alex we just talked about?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what time is that again?
It's 9:08:58 p.m.
Okay. What's the next entry on that log?
The next entry on the log is at 9:31:44 p.m. Shows an end time of display off.
And I'm not going to ask you to do the precise math this time, but roughly how many minutes is that
22.
between 9:08:58 and 9:31:44?
23. One of those two numbers will be fine.
Approximately 22 minutes.
Thank you.
For 22 minutes, nothing happens on that phone, correct?
Correct.
There's no orientation changes, the phone's not unlocked, there's no incoming calls, nothing outgoing, correct?
Correct.
The phone just sits there for approximately 22 minutes.
Correct.
All right. And what do we see start happening at 9:31:44?
We see that the display comes on is the start time of that.
Okay. And we've talked about this already. We see the display come on and off a few times in that short span of time at about 9:31 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
But it's just a display coming on. Do you see anything associated with that display coming on?
No, sir, not until approximately the 9:34:14 p.m.
All right. We'll get to that in a second. But at least for this display coming on, there seems to be no cause for that, correct?
Correct.
And you previously testified the screen coming on doesn't tell you a whole lot, does it?
No, sir.
It could be the phone is being bumped or moved in some way, correct?
Yes, sir.
It could be the phone's just sitting there and there's some sort of automatic process that causes that phone to light up, correct?
Correct.
It could be chicken, right? It could be chicken.
All right, let's talk about, you start talking about it, but we see a instant message on line 4477, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's at what time?
That's at 9:34:14 p.m.
And which contact is that from?
It shows the contact of Rogan.
And what does that text message say?
It says, "Tell Paul to call me."
All right, and you previously testified about this in her text message log. Was that text message ever read?
No, sir.
That's insightful. Tell Paul to call me. Wow. Amazing. Really cracked the case wide open on that one.
All right, we're going to skip down a little bit. And I'm on line 4498. Yeah, 98. And we see there, it looks like an incoming call, correct?
Yes, sir.
And who's that from?
It is from PA with the phone number of 1-803-942-1227.
And was that call answered?
No, sir.
What does this unanswered text message say? Where are you? Question mark.
All right. And line 4503, what time is that in?
I like grits.
That entry is at 9:47:23 p.m.
All right. And what is that?
It is a text message that was received on that from Alex. It says, "Call me, babe."
And was that text ever
Oh my
read?
God.
I know that's
Alex
referencing
texted his
the
wife
previous-
saying, "Call me, babe,"
No, sir,
after
that text
being
was
unable to
read.
reach her on the phone 5 times. Did you hear that, guys? He called her 5 times and she didn't answer. And so then he texted her saying, "Call me, babe." Oh my God. He tried to call his wife 5 times and she didn't pick up. And then he texted, "Call me, babe." Wow. I'm really glad we got this insightful commentary. This is amazing.
I'm gonna hand this report back to you, and I want to have you look at the next few pages. I want you to tell this jury whether you see anything in your expert opinion that would indicate that anybody actively used that phone after that last text call.
Not on 6/7/2021.
I've noticed that after cross, redirect the defense can recross. Am I right? If so, is it allowed everywhere else?
It's a common cross thing, not so much with redirect,
Okay,
but
I'm going to hand
State's been a little
you
sloppy.
it's been marked as State's Exhibit 284. Take a look at that and tell us what it is, please.
This is an Axiom report by Magnet Forensics that I prepared from Maggie's phone with health data
Imagine
information. and
Alex
steps.
using Babe addressing his wife.
So include steps from
Doesn't
Maggie's
seem
phone,
that
correct?
difficult
Yes,
to
sir.
believe. I would imagine that it's fairly typical for husbands to call their wife Babe.
At this time, State would move this
So.
into
Yeah. Yeah.
It's admitted.
You use girl or mama? Okay.
I think I'm going to direct you to record 22, if I'm looking at the right thing. Nope. Record 22.
How about he never called her Babe in 20 years? Well, if you knew that somehow,
All
that
right,
might be
record
somewhat
23.
illustrative.
What information does this record tell us?
This record tells us that 38 steps were recorded by this phone on 6/7/2021 at 8:17:41 p.m. was the start time.
You trying to
And the
say he's
end
building
time
an
was
alibi?
6/7/2021 at 8:18:29 p.m.
No.
How many steps were taken at that time?
38 steps.
And this
Oh
is
my
a-
God.
This is a report that
38
shows
steps.
the
Wow.
precise time when the steps, at least the phone recorded the steps started and when they stopped, correct?
Correct.
All right, let's talk about that for a minute.
Can you tell us the time of every single step individually?
Steps on the phone. How does the phone record steps? How does it decide that there are steps taking place?
Accelerometer.
It's several different ways it can record. It's dependent on how the phone's carried as to how many steps it records. If you carry a phone in your hand and you walk, it's going to record more steps. If you carry it on your waist in a phone case, it's not going to record as many steps because it's not detecting the motion. It's not 100% accurate as far as the steps. There are ways that if you're trying to meet your fitness goal, for instance, you can try to trick a phone or a smartwatch into believing you did more activities and more steps than you actually did.
So, but at a more fundamental level, what is the phone using to
Accelerometer.
determine where the steps are taking place?
It's a process running inside the phone that is recording the motion.
What does it use to record the motion?
Accelerometer.
As far as
Would it be accelerometers?
it would, a lot of times it would be. Some of the newer ones are recording actually more than that as far as recording strides and things like that, the newer versions.
All right. And
You know what an
in your opinion,
accelerometer
The
is?
steps that a phone records, is it always 100% accurate?
No.
And so this says 38 steps. Does that necessarily mean that whoever was holding his phone actually moved exactly 38 steps?
No, sir.
But what does it tell you in a more general sense?
In a more general sense, it tells me that this phone, somebody was holding this phone, it took steps, and it recorded steps.
All right. And let me reference back to the previous report. I believe you testified that at 8:17, Maggie's phone was unplugged, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
All right. And then at 8:17, we start to see steps again, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's look at record 25. All right, and what does this show, record 25?
This shows that 43 steps were recorded by the phone. At 8:40 p.m. was the beginning, and it ended at 8:33:28 p.m.
Okay.
James wants to come on stream.
All right, and
Cool. I'll send him a
let me
link.
point out something real quick. The entry above that, which is record,
Maybe things are playing different in the courtroom.
I don't think there's a record number associated with it, but it says 810. Wrong one. My bad.
All right, I sent him the link.
Yeah, I see an entry at 810:31, just above that record 25. What is that entry at 810:31? You see that?
At 8:10:31, it looks like it's part of a previous record. From the previous page, it shows the duration of in minutes of 4.58.
I sent him a link.
Okay. And so some of these are a little bit out of chronological order, correct?
I believe you.
All right, but the times that are recorded in each record is accurate, correct?
Yes, sir.
Even if some of these entries seem to have gotten out of order, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain why that happened when you made this report?
I set it to produce in chronological order. Sometimes, though, when the report goes through, it will not do that. It's just an issue we've had with that report where it'll move it out of chronological order, but the information's still there and it's still accurate.
Okay, let's look at record 26. What do you see in record 26?
In record 26, I see that 59 steps were recorded by the phone at 8:53:15 p.m. Begin and end at 8:55:32 p.m.
Okay, and again, how many steps was that?
It was 59 steps.
Okay. And I think you previously testified, we were looking at the timeline, and it looked like someone was manipulating with that phone, correct? You
Correct.
saw some orientation changes, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
We saw the camera come on at approximately that time, correct?
Correct.
But the phone's off, correct?
Correct.
All right, I want to give this back to you, report that, have you look at it real quick. And you've also, I know, have studied this phone data in more detail than just in that report. Are you aware, after that 8:53 entry, of that phone ever recording any more steps?
No, sir. The next set of steps it shows it recorded was on 6/8/2021 at 3:12:22 p.m.
The next day.
The next day, yes, sir.
And let's circle back to that real quick. I know you were not present for the collection of Maggie's phone. Is that correct?
Correct.
But generally, the circumstances, as you understand them, are what and how it was collected?
The phone was collected from the side of the road. It was given to crime scene, who brought it back and logged it into our forensic lab, at which point I went over, logged it out of the forensic lab, and then took it over to our office to log it in.
And but it was not collected till the next afternoon, correct? Or
Correct.
found until the next afternoon, excuse me.
Correct. My understanding is it was found on 6/8/2021.
All right. I think we're at a good stopping point.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will adjourn for the evening and start back at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Please do not discuss the case.
So then, Yeah. Nah. Can I give you my assessment of the day? Yeah. My thoughts? Yeah. Meh. Yeah. Yeah. What I don't know is how abnormal this behavior is for him. And I have no particular reason to believe this behavior is abnormal. Like calling his wife that many times, that close to each other, or like, doing the things he did. They lived on a big ass property. I'm going to imagine that they called themselves, fairly often, because one of them's by the house and one of them's by the kennel and one of them's by the dove fields and one of them's by the lake or whatever, right? Or whatever, right? So I'm going to just go out on a limb and assume, I mean, obviously I don't know this, but I'm just going to go out on a limb and assume that this behavior is like not like completely abnormal, right? He is going to go out from the home to do something. His wife is somewhere else, calls her, to ask about whatever or discuss whatever, right? Or whatever. And so, yeah. So it doesn't strike me as that odd. That he called his wife 3 times within 2 minutes doesn't seem particularly odd. That didn't especially alarm him in and of itself doesn't strike me as that odd. Right? Because, like, there's a lot of reasons she might not be able to pick up the phone for 2 minutes. It's not weird that he would call her 3 times within 2 minutes. It doesn't strike me as odd. It doesn't strike me as odd that he'd call her 2 other times. It doesn't strike me as odd that then he'd text some people and be like, I'm not getting back messages from these people, so texting the friend or whatever and say, can you have them call me or whatever? Doesn't strike me as odd. So, like, the behavior doesn't strike me as odd. It doesn't strike me as abnormal or unexpected. It strikes me as, like, fairly normal behavior. And, yeah. So it doesn't strike me as odd. And then I get into, like, all this stuff dealing with, like, I called my husband and texted him 3 times in the span of 2 minutes earlier today. Yeah. Like, that doesn't strike me as, like, abnormal experience. It doesn't strike me as indicative of anything in particular. So if you could establish that he never called his wife babe and used the term babe that evening, like for the first time, like ever, or first time in 20 years, then, okay. Then that would be something, right? Because that would be abnormal. That would be out of the norm. But I wouldn't think that it would be abnormal for a husband to call his wife babe, even if they've been married for a substantial period of time. So, yeah. It's, yeah. This is typical of living on a large farm. You know that people can be busy, so you call again or shoot a text. Yeah. And then, like, you call their friends or whatever. It seems like fairly normal, typical behavior to me. Now, it could be the case, of course, that he is doing this all to set up an alibi. But, that's a lot of presence of mind. And the evidence, at least to my humble opinion, doesn't support that, what I would consider to be conjecture. Based on what we have right now, I would say that, it's because he's trying to set up an alibi is too conjectural. It's conjecture in the favor of the prosecution. It's conjecture in favor of, instead of evidence, which, no, not so much. It's not an inference. This is like, there's a difference. There's a difference between inferences that's available from the evidence and conjecture. That's not an inference. That's a conjecture. There's really no information that would lead you to the conclusion of the inference that this is trying to set up an alibi. At least in my humble opinion, there's nothing about it that suggests that to me. So you're moving from possibly permissible inference to impermissible conjecture, at least in my humble opinion, in a way that prejudices the defense also, which makes it doubly problematic. So that's sort of what I think about the whole thing. Yeah. How did the phone get the side-by-side of the road? I don't know. Maybe Chicken moved it. Yeah. So we had a whole lot of tee up. We went through the SLED person and the Secret Service person just for chain of custody reasons. So it left a lot to be desired. Strep strike me as interesting. It doesn't sound like she walked to the kennel. Well, as he noted, those numbers can be inaccurate. And maybe she didn't walk down there. I don't know. Maybe she took one of the ATVs or something. I don't know. Yeah. It is possible that he put together a very well planned game, but that's a lot of stuff to get right. That's a lot of stuff to get right, right? It's a lot of stuff to get right. Dispose of the clothes, dispose of the blood, dispose of the weapon, fake the alibi, go to your mom's house to establish an alibi, the text messages and call people. I mean, that's a lot of stuff. It's a lot of things. It's possible, but again, at least for me, it's conjecture, right? We don't really, to my mind, have any evidence that would lead us to that direction. Not certainly that gets us to beyond a reasonable doubt, no. Not that it gets us to beyond a reasonable doubt. I have many reasonable doubts in your hypothesis. I have many reasonable doubts in your hypothesis. Is it possible? Yes. Do I have reasonable doubts? Yes, I think so. I think I have many reasonable doubts, several reasonable doubts. So, he has a ton of experience, presumably not with committing murders, which I would imagine is quite a bit different in practice versus theory. So unless you can find like a checklist or something, or something, it's like you are moving, you at least in my humble opinion have moved beyond the realm of what the evidence reasonably can show, or what the evidence reasonably infers, into improper conjecture. In my humble opinion, the best verdict at this time is still not guilty. There is certainly some evidence that could lead you to that conclusion. It's not nothing, but it's not enough for a beyond reasonable doubt certainty, which again, depending on what lawyer you ask, in terms of putting a percentage on it, beyond reasonable doubt is 95% plus. Different lawyers will give you different answers, but 97, 98, 99 is typically the kinds of numbers we're floating around when we're talking about beyond reasonable doubt. So am I 97, 98, 99% confidence that he did it? Nope. If I had to put a percentage on it right now, man, I don't know. They didn't tie the ammo particularly well to the scene. If they had tied the ammo better, assuming that they're capable of it, which I'm not even sure they are, then I would go to more probable than not. if they had the ammo tie, but they didn't even do that. So I'm not even sure I'm more probable than not right now. I'll give you probable cause. Does that make you feel better? This probable cause is like 30%. So I'll give you 30%. But I'm not 95% plus. You know, why visit your mom at 9 p.m.? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why visit your mom at 9 p.m. I mean, as was elucidated at least a little bit in testimony, it is not uncommon for dementia patients to be worse in the evening. So maybe he was checking on her to see because she was in a worsened state. Or maybe it's when he had time. I don't know. It might be interesting to know how often he visits his mother. It might be interesting to know if that's abnormal or not. If it was really weird, then that might suggest a setup. But we don't know that right now because we certainly haven't heard from the caretaker, so we don't know that at the moment. His dad was in the hospital. That too, right? Because his dad died shortly thereafter, didn't he? Like, didn't his dad die like 4 days later or something? So maybe that's why he went to check up on her. That makes a lot of sense. 2 days later. So there you go. There's a pretty good explanation. His dad was on the verge of death, so he went to visit his mom. That's a pretty good answer. It's a pretty good answer. His dad went to the hospital that day. That's a pretty good answer, right? There you go. That solves that problem right up. There you go. So now even if it's abnormal, it doesn't matter. Right? Now, even if it's the first time he's visited his mother in the last 20 years, it doesn't matter. Because now he has a really fucking good reason for visiting his mom. My dad was in the hospital on the verge of death. My mom is a dementia patient. I went to go visit her that evening because I was concerned. Like, even if he never visits her otherwise, now he's a really fucking good reason for being there. There you go. That solves that problem right up. That solves that problem right up. Yeah, so there you go. Yeah. I'm not impressed with the state's case so far. I just don't think the state has the evidence. I don't think they've got it. I think the prosecutor is doing fine with the not much. So I'm not faulting the prosecution's team. I'm just and I don't even know whose fault it is, if anyone's. I mean, maybe he didn't do it. I don't know. But the evidentiary picture is pretty thin. Oh, he did it, says Sonia. Well, I'm glad we cleared that right up. Sonia knows the reality of the situation. Glad we cleared that right up. Do we have an alternate theory of the crime? I've posited speculative alternate theories of the crime. So we have speculative alternate theories of the crime. We got that going for us. So we got that nice. Yeah, Sanja, if you have proof that he did it, you might want to tell the prosecution's team about it. Just a thought. If you happen to have his murder checklist or his scheduling or calendar entry, commit murder or something like that, that'd be really helpful right about now to the state's team, I would think. So Based on the evidence that's currently been presented at trial, I'm a no vote. Based on the evidence currently available at trial, I'm a no vote. Do I remember Scott Pearson called his wife after he killed her and called her little endearments? I do not remember that piece of information now. Again, it is possible that that's true, but this seems like a damned if you do, damned if you don't thing. This is the problem I'm having with this, like as a principled issue, without more, right? If my wife dies, and shortly before or around the time of her death, I texted her, "Love you, babe." Right? I mean, like, yeah, I'm having a problem with this. It's like I must be the guy because I texted her, "I love you, babe." And if I didn't text her, "I love you, babe," it must be because I already knew she was dead and I didn't care about her anymore, right? I'm having a problem with this can't win hypothesis. All right. I don't text her. It's because I know she's dead. I do text her, "I love you, babe." It's because I'm setting up an alibi. So without other indications, I'm having a bit of a trouble reaching these conclusions. Yeah, it's Kafka trap. Yeah, it's a little bit of trouble with this one. It would be helpful. So his father goes to the hospital that day and he decides, this is the day I'm going to execute my murder plan. This is a bit of a strange hypothesis. I mean, that's a lot of coldness. I'm just saying. His father goes to the hospital that very day, but this in no way distracts him from his plan or in any way interrupts his plan. In fact, it only facilitates his plan. And the fact that his father went to the hospital is not a mental distraction. And even though his father went to the hospital that day, he's still able to execute his checklist with perfection. Yeah. I don't know, man. Yeah. If the jury can't quit or convict, then mistrial. Yeah, mistrial, and we can do this all over again. But if they can't convict now, I'm not sure what they're going to convict on. So, yeah. The time windows seem pretty tight. It's not impossible. It just seems tight. If we do this again, I'm not covering it again. There's no way. Thank you for saying that you like my light colors in the background. I think they turned out pretty nice. Specific question. Andrew was wondering, in South Carolina, special jury instructions have to be given for an overwhelming circumstantial case? I don't know. You got me on that one. I'm not even familiar with such a jury instruction anywhere, but you got me. I'm waiting, by the way. I'm stalling to see if James from court will show up, by the way, in case you're wondering why I'm stalling. Required in most states like New York, apparently. Okay, cool. I'm unfamiliar with that instruction, but that's cool. Thank you, Don. That's cool. I'm not familiar with that instruction, but that's cool. Court date for Paul next day or couple days. Law firm confronted about the missing money. Maggie was supposed to be meeting with the lawyer. Maybe. I mean, maybe. We certainly haven't heard that in court yet. But motive is only going to get you so far, you know? At least to me. Although, to be quite fair, if you've got motive, means, and opportunity, you can sell to a jury, which can sometimes be depressing. You know, it's like if you got it, that can be enough. So, he might well have had motive, means, and opportunity. I mean, trying to find motive, means, and opportunity here is not that hard. But, you know, yeah, I'm not really thrilled. I'm also a little tired today. That's for sure. He's certainly a very viable suspect. Don't get me wrong. He's certainly a very viable suspect. Trying to figure out why he did it, like, it's not that hard to figure out, like, a motive for him. I wasn't aware of those specifics, but even a little bit more generalized, I'd come up with motive for him. You know, basically the gates were coming crashing in, and he did it either to cover it up, or he did it because he was confronted, or, which either way, by the way, would imply a lot less planning and prep. If he did it because he was confronted, like, then no, no, because there's no way that you can do this and be this thorough if this is spontaneous. If he did it because the gates were coming crashing in, and he did it because he's trying to hide something or something out of desperation, maybe, but still. Is court still happening? No, not for the day. They're done for the day. I'm going to text James again. Can you come on? Question mark, stalling. They haven't discussed life insurance yet. They haven't discussed any kind of motive yet. They haven't discussed anything relating to motive yet. Thank you, Shirori. I appreciate it. And I appreciate all the people who help donate to the channel and stuff. On a personal note, I was trying to get enough money together to go to Las Vegas with Nick. Nick is going to Las Vegas and doing a meetup there. And I kind of wanted to go too, not for least reasons I could use the vacation, but also because I think it would be a decent opportunity possibly to network and stuff, and that would be fun. And it could lead to some interesting possibilities. So if you want to help support my GoFundMe towards the Vegas fund, feel free to send me money through the link from Streamlabs or whatever. I figure I need at least $1,000 to make it work. The trip is 4 days long. Vegas charges these wonderful things called resort fees on top of hotel fees. So staying in Vegas at hotels is surprisingly expensive and more than they advertise, which is also annoying. I figure it's going to cost me at least $500 to stay at the hotel. It's going to cost me $200 to fly out there also by the time like luggage and stuff is included, because probably a little bit more than that by the time luggage is included, because we know how those baggage fees are included, right? Then I'm going to have to pay for transportation while I'm out there, plus have like money to like, you know, do stuff. So I think $1,000 is a reasonable estimate for the trip. So I'm trying to collect funds. Use carry-on only. For a 4-day trip, maybe if I plan it out carefully enough, I might be able to pull something off. But it's not the word I've heard. Oh, thank God, James from court is here. Oh, thank God, James, we were stalling. James, please talk to me. James! James!
Hey.
There you are. Yes, hi.
I don't know why my external mic isn't working. I'm sorry. Anyway.
No problem. James, how are things playing in the courtroom? Because from over here it looks kind of like shit.
Yeah, it's boring. It's getting boring. However, I will say things picked up with this in the beginning with this last witness with the cell phone. The jury was really engaged. I saw multiple jurors nod in agreement with the witness when he was talking in the beginning about you know, the different ways that cell phone saves your personal information and things like that. And that was something I had never seen from jurors before. One juror, I feel like I kind of get a good read from her already, and she always kind of has a positive disposition towards the prosecution. However, there was another juror who also was nodding with the prosecution's witness, and that was, yeah, so that was big for me.
Okay. Do you remember them? Because they talked about the specific ammo, like shell casings and shot casings that were recovered at the murder scene, and they also talked about shots that were recovered from the house, like in these boxes and stuff. But did they ever like tie them together? Did they ever say anything like, and this is the same brand as that, and this is the same shot as that, and this is the same thing? Did they ever like tie one to one in any way?
Yo, do you know, I don't understand this prosecution sometimes. It's like they set up the ball, but they don't hit it. Like,
because I'm like, I remember some of these words. Like, I remember like 12 gauge. I remember dry, whatever it's called. I remember like Winchester. I remember some of these words, but they never tied them one to one. They never said, and that was the same brand found, and the same shot size, and the same length, and the same thing. Like, they never tied it. So I'm like, wait a second, are these the same things or are they different things? I'm not sure. And I lost James, and I'm sad. I'm sad. Look at my sadness. Look at my sadness. It's deep.
Sorry. What happened?
No, I don't know. You left me, and it was very distressing for me on a personal level.
I'm very sorry. I don't mean to give you anxiety. And
no, that's fine. You've now called me back twice within 30 seconds. That means that you're going to murder me.
I'm Amber Hearding you.
Okay. Yeah. So they never tied it one to one. So I'm like, wait a second. Is this the same ammo? Because it's like on a shotgun shell, you can measure it at least a couple different ways. You got the brand, you got the gauge, you got the length, you got the shot size. That's at least 4 different ways to compare them. And I'm like, they said some of those terms for things they found at the murder scene, and then they said some of those terms for things they found at the house, but they never connected it. I'm like, wait a second, are these the same? Or are they just similar? What's going on?
Yeah, you never got this sense of, okay, this is the exact ammo that he had in this, place, and it was the stuff that's found. I mean, it was insinuated, from the way that it was set up, but it was never explicitly made or said to the jury like, oh yeah, this is the exact stuff he had and this is the size. Also, I mean, I guess did they not do any fingerprints on any of the casings found or the bullets like found on site? Because they never said anything about that. I don't know.
I don't remember these things. And these, I couldn't believe the amount of detail and tee up and how much we had to qualify these experts for phone logs. I'm like, dude, why? I'm like, you're a god among men. Just tell me what's on the phone. What's on the phone? And apparently what's on the phone is the call records. And I'm like, why do I care about any of these things? I don't know. I'm like, oh my God, he called his own wife 5 times and then texted, could you call me, babe? Oh my God, that totally means he's a killer. What the hell are you talking about?
Exactly. It didn't change anything about anything. And I get where they're going with it, but they never said anything. So it's, you know, they didn't even say, like, at one point, like, I don't even know when she died. So, like, did she, like, are they trying to say that, okay, she died and then he went and picked up the phone and tried to do something? Are they saying, like, I have no idea what they're trying to say with this? That was extremely frustrating, especially the part 2 where her phone was found somewhere else. How, like, are you going to ever explain any of that? I don't get the state right now. They're not like in the Amber Heard trial, like Johnny's team was very good at every little piece of evidence, setting up why it was important, how it contributed to the overall case that they were making. And I just feel like the state isn't doing that. They're just introducing evidence and being like, oh, here it is. Do what you want with it. You know what I mean? I don't know.
I don't know what to do with this evidence. My particular favorite moment so far has to be we went to the shooting range. There's the big ass dirt berm that they shoot the rounds into. We found casing at the murder scene, and we found the similar casing at the shooting range, but we totes did not go into the berm and dig out any ammo in order to ballistically match it. And I'm like, what? Why? Why did you do that? Why didn't you dig out the ammo at the shooting range to see if it matched the murder weapon? Do you remember that? James? James? No! Baby, come back! You're like a fool to me. Baby, there's something about you. This is now going to be the 3rd time he's calling me back, guys. Baby, come back. And I'm using the term baby. You know what that means. You're like, fool to me. Something going without you. The killer would have worn gloves. Oh, okay. The speculation force continues. It must be because he wore gloves. Yeah, okay. Sure. That's fine. I have a pretty good alibi for the murder of James right now. I'm just saying, since I'm broadcasting from my home. So I got that going for me. It's a little out of the way. Oh, good. He's back. Yay.
Hey,
you're back.
So I was hot spotting, so I just took rid of that and I'm on my phone. Hopefully it's better now.
No problem. Yeah. So they didn't bother to check the ballistics to see if the guns matched. That was a nice touch.
No, they didn't. And I don't know. So the cynic in me and the conspiracy theorist in me is thinking that this is all too coincidental. Like, there's too many things that the police or the original investigators like didn't do or did too late or did wrong that I feel like, did they botch this on purpose? Like,
It's SLED. I don't know what people's in the courtroom's perception of SLED is. Well, look, I lived in South Carolina for 20 years, James. Okay, so I've lived in all parts of the state.
Yeah.
The South Carolina Law Enforcement Division has a bit of a reputation. They have a reputation, or at least they did 20
Okay.
years ago, and I've been told by my chat it hasn't changed very much. But at least 20 years ago, their reputation was that they're braggadocious, that they come in, they like to own the place. They come in this brazen, entitled sense, and then they manage to fuck everything up. So,
Okay.
so this is like very sort of reminiscent of their reputation. The fact that they fucked it up is just like, well, it's SLED. Maybe they're the same organization they were 20 years ago.
That's fair. And then you add in the component of the fact that this family knows everyone in law enforcement, the entire town, you know, and everything like that. And I just think it adds to a little bit of a compound effect, you know?
If you have time as you're coming in and out, it might be interesting to ask people if they have a opinion as to SLED, or if they had a pre-existing opinion of SLED. It'd be interesting to see if people have a opinion and to the degree to which it matches the thing I just said to you. Because their reputation, the reputation, at least in my time, was that they come in, you know, with their fingers behind their belt buckle, you know, popped out, and basically like, you know, well, don't worry, little Missy, SLED's in charge here, and then
yeah. Well, and I mean, I feel bad because, you know, one, I don't want to say anything yet because I do feel, especially after some of the recent things like in the past week, I do feel like people in the court like are sort of watching the things that I say and do. So I don't want to say, like, I don't want to disparage them because all the police officers in court are very friendly and very kind to me.
I'm not asking you to disparage them. I'm asking you what other people think. If they want to disparage
No,
them,
no. I know. I'm setting up for what I'm going to say. I just preface it with I respect all police officers and everyone in the court, of course, and the sheriff's there. However, I have heard not so great things about the SLED and things from locals, from people who have messaged me that live in South Carolina. Everyone seems to have this kind of attitude that just as what you said, that it's either not, you know, maybe like a little corrupt or maybe a little bit more inept than they want to, you know, pretend. I don't know.
Yeah. So do you have any sense of so the interest, so we had a fun little experiment myself as well on the channel today with the I versus they, and at least to my ear, I hear they. But I'm interested if, because I had heard, and please correct me if this is wrong, but I had heard secondhand. No. The plot grows, baby. The plot grows. Hi, James.
You said correct me. I'm so sorry. You said correct me if I'm wrong, but
yeah, no, I had heard that when that audio was played yesterday of the I versus the thing, when it was played for the first time for the jury, that there was a bit of reaction either from the audience or from the jury. So could you comment on that initial reaction?
Yeah, the court, not so much the jury, but the court definitely had an audible reaction to that. There were gasps and things like that. You know, people whispering, "Oh, I heard did he really just say that?" Today, it was definitely more unclear. I mean, the slowed down version, it's hard. You do sort of hear they, but I didn't see much of reaction out of the jury with that. I think that probably is going to be a point of contention for them in deliberations, for sure.
Yeah. And at least for me, I also thought the defense did a nice job of priming the idea of like what it could have meant, even if it is I. Because the defense basically provides some alternative innocent explanations, which, you know, are completely fair. You know, it's also like he had just been shown this photograph and stuff like that. So it's like, you know, it didn't really mean very much to me, even with the I. It just I didn't really perceive it personally as like, you know, a slipped confession. It just didn't really do very much for me. The state's case overall to me sucks, James. Is it just me? It kind of sucks.
I know. It does for me too. It feels like watered down like milk. You know what I mean? It's just like I want it to be good, and I feel like I'm almost grasping at something, but there's really not much there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Especially with what you just said. I mean, that was such weak evidence for them to put in. And then for them never to follow up on that. It's not like interrogation. They said to him, why did you say this?
Oh
What
yeah,
did
that
you
was a
mean
nice.
by this? Why did
That
you
was a
say
nice.
I?
That was nice from the defense too. That was a nice little cross examination moment to Meyer, because it's like, hey, when you heard that, you thought it was important. Oh yeah, it was something we definitely wanted to follow up on about. So you went and asked him about it. No, we didn't ask him about that interview, but you had another interview later. Yeah. Did you write it down?
Right?
No. Did you ask about it at the interview? No. So we didn't follow up on it. I'm like, that's just great. That's fantastic. So it was totally important. We wanted to follow up on it, except for the fact we totally didn't follow up on it in any way. That's great. Well done, Sled.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Exactly. My thoughts 100%.
And I think that there is a non-zero probability, even right where we're sitting right now, the state manages to fuck this whole thing up so hard that they wind up prejudicing all the cases that currently exist against him. Because I think that they're I mean, I can see that happening. I'm not saying it will happen. I just can say I can see it happening. Because like if this continues to go nowhere, that like I mean, they've basically called the entire county to jury service anyway. So if they weren't aware of Alex Murdaugh somehow before, they are now. And like they're prejudicing the entire state. You know, so it's like, well, those 106 other felonies are looking a little bit more shaky today than they were yesterday.
You know, that's really upsetting because I feel like I can't help but, and you said that maybe they're just relatively incompetent, but I can't help to think, I mean, I don't know, are they covering up for him? You know, did they purposely, you know, but then why would the state, like, prosecution, are they trying to do their job, or, you know, are they just trying to work with what they have? Why are they botching it so much?
I've gone with option 2. At least from
Okay.
where I'm sitting, I've decided to give the prosecution team the benefit of the doubt. I've at least came to the conclusion that they're doing the best with shit. That's what I've concluded.
Yeah.
So
I think so too, because I don't think they like him. I don't think the prosecution, from what I see, and they're on opposite political ends of the spectrum too. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
It's been interesting seeing Buster in there in
I
the
do feel
courtroom
like
every day. It's been interesting seeing that too. And they're not segregating the witnesses, which is the most bizarre thing I've ever heard of in my life. Who decided that was a good idea?
It makes no sense. The witnesses go and sit. Oh, excuse me, car coming by. Had to get gas. No, the witnesses are with everyone. The witnesses sit with the regular people. The witnesses sit wherever they want. It's weird. Like one of the witnesses, he was like, he waited because he didn't want to cross paths with Alex Murdaugh walking out and his family. And they're just like, oh, you know, whatever, you know, you can go. But he's like, you know, there's no like, okay, you know, these people are separate. They go here, they leave at this time. It's just like they're all together. And just what you said about Buster, yeah, he's in there every day. But he's like happy. I mean, not happy, but he's like laughing, talking, smiling people, like, you know, like chummy, like around, like, you know, talking to the police, things like that. Like, I get it. You know, you got to make the best of your situation. But if I were in court for the death of my mother and brother and my father was being accused, I might be more like gloom and serious about it. You know, I don't know. Maybe I'm just reading into it too much.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know. What do you think has been the best testimony so far what is the best evidence in your view that points to guilt? Let's just ask it that way. What do you think?
That points to guilt. I mean, to be like nothing that points to guilt. They're setting up like, you know, an argument. I would say the best case for their current argument is this phone guy, you know, that the phone was moved, was touched, that the camera came on. Like, I guess theoretically this is all supposed to be after she died and after Alex said, you know, he just moved her body, you know, things like that. They showed that testimony first. Well, her phone was found far away from her. So what happened? And I think that's going to be the link. Did he grab her phone and do something with it? And if he did, why? Why did he lie about it? And then it opens up the can of worms on what else is he lying about? Was he involved? You know, and all of that. But I think maybe hopefully geolocators, like maybe we're going to get somewhere in this testimony that'll show, okay, his phone was near her phone, you know, because then it kind of changes the story a little bit. I don't know.
the timeline seems so tight too with the whole thing.
Yeah.
It seems tight. Like he had 17 minutes max at the front end, and then he had a little bit more than 20 minutes at the back end. Like, so, where are the bloody clothes? Why isn't he covered in blood? And Sled apparently screwing and not, checking everything and stuff like that. Well, I don't know where the evidence is, but I'm certainly not going to speculate it into existence. If I'm going to do speculation, I'll do it for the defense, but not for the prosecution. So, I mean, I don't think, and none of the guns match the murder weapons. It's like,
I know, it's so annoying.
It's like, oh, it must be the weapons that we didn't find. What is this bullshit? While we're on it, let's convict him on Russell's teapot. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like, oh well, he had the same weapon, like he had similar weapons with that use the same ammo, so it could be him. Like, what? That doesn't make any sense. I mean, I don't know. It's not compelling enough for me.
Yeah. Hopefully it will get better. So there seem to be some more people in the courtroom than there were in the past. So how's the courtroom situation and the outside situation changed from the early days?
Packed. Well, early days they were not letting in general audience. Now that they are, it's packed. I mean, today they had to turn people away. There's no camping outside yet. We're not seeing the Johnny Depp situation quite yet, but it is very crowded and full. And there was someone today I met. He was a law student that one of his co-students was working for the grand something, and in the attorney general's office. There's a lot of people who come to the court have connections, which I'm not surprised because everyone here knows each other, but they have connections to the trial in some way. They're the cousin of this person. They know the housekeeper this way. Their brother's the food delivery guy.
Are you pimping my channel, James? You got to pimp.
Yes. Yes, of course. I'm telling everyone about LawTube because no one here knows LawTube except for, the Law and Crime, the Court TV, the news people. But everyone else, I'm saying, you got to check out. You got to check out Uncivil Law. You got to check out James from Court. You got to go on and follow us because we're the only ones telling the truth about the trial. You're not going to hear it from this prosecution and defense.
Oh no, yeah, I felt the defense has also been pretty good on the whole in poking holes in the investigation, showing weaknesses in the investigation, and not all that is necessarily even Sled's fault because it seemed like they were rushing against the weather somewhat. It also seemed like this is a small county and a small place, and so there were limitations that are just brought out by that reality. So I'm not even necessarily sure it's necessarily even corruption or even incompetence. It might just be lack of resources in some of it for why things were done in a particular way or how things happened. But that's not a freebie to the government for conviction. Even if I'm going to give them a buy, I'm not going to give them a buy towards conviction. It's like I'll forgive you for your errors, but not to the point where I'm going to convict a guy because of the stuff you don't have.
That's fair. Yeah, and I guess it depends really how this jury is. Are they going to be a jury that really is going to look by, this is the facts, this is the evidence, this is all we can go by? Is it going to be, a burden of doubt or not? Or are they going to be a little bit more intuitive and emotional and things like that? And I understand by a jury supposed to go by the books, but sometimes people are not like that. And they may, like for me, there's a lot of questions I have with Alex Murdaugh's behavior that doesn't make sense for someone who just lost their wife and son. You know what I mean? And there's things about him and knowing about him and knowing how powerful and well-connected he is and how knowledgeable he is with the law, how easy it is for someone like that to set up an alibi, to set up defense, to, you know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean that's a possibility, but I feel like, at least for my money, and it's a me thing, but like it crosses the line between inference and speculation, right? It just to me feels like there's not enough facts to draw those conclusions without improper speculation. Like, could it be that he set all this up?
1133 Highway 311.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. It's just, could it be that he set all these things up and basically that he set all these things up to basically execute a quasi perfect murder? Sure. I mean, he's a smart, intelligent guy. If he had been planning this out for some time and, had been thinking about it for a while, he could certainly set some of this up to do that. That's possible. But, I just don't feel very comfortable being like, oh, it must be that's what's true. Because on what basis am I drawing those conclusions? That he had the capacity to do it, I believe, but that he did do it, it's like, that doesn't. I don't know how I'm supposed to draw those conclusions. But tell me if you think I'm wrong.
No, I think you're right. I think also you're a seasoned attorney, and I think that you look at things by the book and how they should be. This is I love this area. It's a beautiful area, and the people here are lovely.
Have you gone to Duke's yet?
No, I haven't, and I got to do that. I was home in Connecticut this weekend. I'm going to do all the South Carolina stuff. If anyone wants to send me, please send me suggestions of your favorite
You got to go to
places.
Duke's. You got to go to Duke's. It was the shit back when I was in school. It was fantastic, great stuff. You got to give it a shot.
Where is that? Is that in Walterboro or in Charleston?
It's in Walterboro.
Well, all right, I'm going there. I will go there. 100%.
Yeah, you got to go to Duke's Barbecue and Grill. It kicks ass. And let me know if it's still as good as my memories are, because I have some fond memories of eating there. But yeah. So what other impressions do you have of things and sort of where they're going? Do you have any idea how long the state's case is supposed to go, or what else we're expecting to see in the near future?
Unfortunately, no. There's a million witnesses, and I don't know who exactly is going to be up and things like that, or really what the time frame is. I tried to ask today what some people think, and I mean, no one knows exactly how long. Everyone's hoping that try to make this as concise as possible, but I think we already see that that's not really going so well. I will say the judge does not seem to be happy with the way that this is going. He doesn't love all of the inconsistencies and the fumbling and the looking through my papers. He really doesn't. And did you hear the motion where was the camera on for the motion that was denied today?
Yeah, it was.
The audio and the visual. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that part was interesting as well.
Seems right. Seemed like the correct decision based on the argument. So it seemed correct.
Yeah, it did to me. 100%. Yeah.
Well, we're all big fans of the judge, at least it seems. Everyone on my channel seems to be pretty big fans of the judge. We like his no nonsense attitude, and we like that he sort of, is just doing things and putting people in their place. But he's very fair and he's very with it and stuff like that. So we think the judge is doing a great job.
Good, me too. And I think he seems to be interested in the case, at least. I mean, he's definitely paying attention. I haven't been to any other court cases, and I see sometimes the judge is like doing other things. They're working on paperwork, and stuff but they're still paying attention. But he's really paying attention. He's like looking at the witnesses, and maybe you're a lawyer, so you can tell me if that's just good judge practice, what they're supposed to be doing. But, he'll look at Alex Murdaugh sometimes to see Alex Murdaugh's reactions to things. So he seems to be attentive and interested in the trial.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, well, that's really all the questions I really had for the moment. But
cool.
Just a kind reminder to check out James's from Court's channel and stuff like that. And where else are you going to be appearing tonight? Because I might listen to where else you're appearing just to see what other questions other people have.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know about tonight. I haven't received many requests, but I think I might do my own stream around, if I can, 8:30, 8:39, if I can get back.
Mm-hmm.
So probably around 9. Yeah, if you want, I might be doing it on my channel. You can
Kurt,
listen
never
to
stop
that
working
tomorrow or
towards your dream.
wherever,
You're
or if you
doing
want to
great.
see later tonight. Otherwise, I think legal mindset, but I think he might be done streaming pretty soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, check me
All
out.
right.
Everyone, check out my channel, and I'll post updates there.
All right. Thanks much, man. We'll talk to you again later.
Absolutely. Talk to you later. Bye,
All right,
everyone. Bye.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the super chat, Mike. Never stop towards my dream. I'm doing great. Thanks. I do need to hear that occasionally. Only, of course, if it's true. But I want to be true, so I want to hear it. But I want to hear that I'm doing better. I want to hear that the stream is better. I want to hear that I'm doing better. I want to be better. I want to be the very best no one ever was. To catch him is all's my true quest. Catching me is my cause. Lord tube. So I really do appreciate that. That's very, very kind of you. Thank you. Does James remember the juries from selection? I didn't feel to ask. I'm sorry about that. I don't have Cash App. I have Venmo. Let me. I have to find my own damn thing. I need to change my alias on Venmo. That's what I need to change. Can I change my username? Let's find out. Your username should start with a letter. Okay, let me check. Apparently, I can change my username. Okay, I'm now at Uncivil Law. Great. Focus. Yeah. Well, I'm now at Uncivil Law if you want to Venmo me. So, there you go. Yeah, I couldn't get it on screen. I know there was glare. I know I couldn't do it. Let me see what else I can do. Can I link James's channel? I'll do it. It's James from Court. I'll pin it in the comment. Let me go ahead and change that while I'm thinking about it. Good call. You don't like the automated voice with the super chats? Kind of creepy. I thought it was a nice way to give back to people so they get recognized and stuff like that. I don't use Pen Pal or Venmo. I've had issues with them. Well, that's what I have. So if you don't have that, then I don't have to tell you. But I appreciate the thought anyway. I do have Stripe. I believe it's also at Uncivil Law. Let me find my own account on Stripe. I think this works. I think that link works if you want to use Stripe. Thank you, Carl, for the gift memberships. That's very, very kind of you. I must be exhausted. I'm a little bit exhausted, yeah. You know these people have Amazon Prime? I don't know what that means. Am I going to go on any lives tonight? I wasn't planning on it. They can sub on Twitch for free. That's true. They can sub on Twitch for free with Amazon Prime. That's true. So if you have an Amazon Prime and you'd like to subscribe to me on Twitch for free, you can also do that. All right, I'm going to sign off for now. Thank you very much for all your contributions and everything and all that stuff. I appreciate it. This will redirect you to Lawyer You Know. I don't think he's starting for a while, but I'll redirect you to his stream. So feel free to show him a little bit of love. This will automatically redirect you that way. I've been Uncivil Law. Until later, my friends, I hope all is well. Cheers, my friends, and goodbye.